Welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before too.
No way.
To the Westgate here in Las Vegas. It is the site of the CSI EXPO and the season kickoff to the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. We've seen some amazing pools so far. Last evening, it was Josh and Pia Filler who were victorious in the mixed doubles turbo. They're the champions now. But today, we are set to award and crown a men's and women's open champion. We are now in the women's semifinal, and it's time to find out which two will be advancing to the championship later on today. So let's get to work. First, we're starting in Arena 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting with a two-time world 10-ball champion from the Philippines. Please put your hands together for Flash Cheska Centino. And her opponent is the Charleston 9-ball WPBA runner-up from Bulgaria. Make some noise for the Slayer, Kristina Slativa. And moving right back here in arena number 1, she is a world 10-ball champion representing AIN. Please make some noise for the Crystal, Kristina Tkach. And her opponent is a Predator Vietnam champion from Chinese Taipei, The Wave, Zhu Chin-Wei. We're lagging for the break. It's a race to 4 in the best of 3 sets, sending it to the Predator press box. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Derek Cox, and welcome all to this fantastic matchup in the Women's PBS Las Vegas Open 26 semi-finals. Referee for today's proceedings, MK Mary Catherine Griggs. My name is Gethin Davis, and it's a pleasure to be joined in the commentating box, my good friend and colleague, Graham Hickman. Are you holding on, sir?
Hi, Gethin. Hi, everyone. Yes, I am indeed. This is business end territory for sure. They've both been playing some great stuff, and hey, what better way to have number 2 and number 3 women's ranked players battling out for a place in the final, Gethin. And yeah, I believe you had the pleasure of watching Kristina in a previous match. She's been playing some fantastic stuff here, as Wei also.
Indeed, yeah. Wei had a busy day yesterday. She made the final of the mixed doubles turbo event, teaming up with Nayuki Oi, and it was a pleasure to watch them. They sadly didn't make it in the final. They lost to the Fillers, but they were having a great time while they were out there. And as you said, I had the pleasure of commentating on Kristina's last match, and she played flawless pool. However, she wasn't making balls on the break at all. So let's see if she's been working on that between then and now.
She's definitely making a couple of balls. Unfortunately, one of them was the cue ball, Gethin. Quite a tentative break, but she did make another object ball, I believe, in the bottom left-hand corner. Come round the angles, there you see it, flying in, and the cue ball as well. So nice opener for Wei here with an open table.
Yeah, she really persisted with looking to cut the one ball in the middle pocket, but to no avail. However, she backed it up, like I said, with flawless pool and made it look easy over Han Yu. And Wei, well, she was playing some fantastic stuff yesterday. and I'm sure she'll still be flying form today.
Yeah, both these players really clinical in the balls, hence why they've won so much in the game, and also can mix it with the best men's players as well. And yeah, I do like that turbo shootout. It was so much fun. Faster shot clock, much more exciting. Yeah, it's a nice additional event to the PBS roster. Long may it continue. How's the pace on this 5-ball? She's a bit short here, Gethin. I think not perfect, if I'm honest. I think she might not be able to hold this. Maybe just.
She just looked up to the sky. She knew that wasn't ideal. Now has to do a little bit of work if she goes for this center pocket. Oh, she's played that so gently to hold for the 6. I was wondering if she had to come across the table. That's worked rather nicely.
Yeah, question here is, does she take the medicine? Maybe have the cue ball somewhere in the middle of the table would leave a bit of a tricky 7. But she could just play it with a bit of right-hand spin, take a chance and maybe come up to that break line on the right side of the table if she can hold it. Does look quite thin though. Not sure if she'll have to come back across. Maybe 2 rails. Let's see how she plays it. She's tried. Hasn't worked though, Gethin. I don't think that was looked like it was very difficult to squeeze it, if you like, up the rail. It was just a bit too thin, and it all came from that little bit of an off angle on the 5. Jump shot it is. Good thing is if she can make the ball, 8-ball pretty close proximity, so you would fancy a shot on the 8 if she can make it.
Wow, great view of the elevation there, and held the cue ball, was tracking towards the corner pocket, Graham. She just had a careful look at it, but it slowed down in time, and as you suggested, was always going to find shape on the 8, and this isn't too bad into the center pocket.
Yeah, it was a great jump, wasn't it? Not a bad angle as well. Close to the pocket, so always a bit awkward when you're queuing from this kind of space, but you would fancy her still to make this. Maybe lost the cue ball a touch here. Not sure how far it's gone down the table. Good thing is the 10 ball's over the corner to get in, so one more little cut in the side and she's taking these well.
As you mentioned, Graham, playing under the 20-second shot clock yesterday, this feels a lot more relaxed. She was dancing around the table at points, picking up jump sticks, bringing them back to her partner, and likewise. And she seems a lot more relaxed here and a lot more composed. Wei Wei takes the opening rack in this opening set for the semi-final. And, well, just talking of her previous results, she came through Che Yu Chao in the quarterfinals and Meng Ha Seung, and she actually, I think she won both of them 2-0. So having a comfortable route to the semi-final. And, well, Christina had a little bit of a tougher affair. As I mentioned, she beat Han Yu in the quarterfinal, but she had a very tough tussle with Soledad Ayala from Argentina in the last 16 matchup. And up until that point, Soledad was playing really good pool as well. So Christina really delivering when it's mattered. Wei Wei getting off to the best start. She leads 1-0 in this race to 4 best-of-3 sets. Winner break format. Let's see if she can make balls off the break, Graham.
Yeah, should be looking to capitalise on the first mistake there. Nice to see. 8-ball, no. A bit more power on that break if you compare it to Christina's, but dry break. Maybe a look at this 1-ball, I think. Looked like it was sitting up towards the top right corner, and the cue ball's locked on that rail. There is a shot. I mean, by it's no means a gimme. It is on. Great view of this angle, I think. Natural angle, yeah, come down table. Even though she might be a little bit thin on this, she still has a shot on the 2. She probably, this is going to be the shot though. Can she maneuver around the 10? Look where the 3 ball is. And then she has to come back down for the 4 as well. So this needs a little bit of care. Not so straightforward.
Yeah, and a little bit of traffic threatening the cue ball as well. She calls her extension. Both players under a 30-second shot clock. And they do have 1 extension per rack. Christina calling it now, because this is a tricky 2. But more importantly, as my colleague Graham mentioned, position for the 3 and back up for the 4 is not a given.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how she gets out of this. I don't know if she can play it with right-hand spin. Can she come back inside the 8 maybe? This is a little bit awkward. That's what she's tried. Come inside the 8, and I don't think that angle was on. The natural angle at least wasn't on. She's in a bit of trouble here now. Oh, this would be some jump shot.
Yeah, she picked up a jump stick. Very ambitious with the distance that she's got between the cue ball and the 8. And she has turned that down, so there is a 1-rail escape here. She may catch the 2nd. Full ball contact, Graham, and that's not a bad shot at all, especially now the 4 has rolled in the pathway of the 3, reducing her options.
Yeah, that was a good hit, wasn't it? I mean, full ball contact, keeping the distance on the between the 3 and the cue ball. This is a tough one if she wants to go for this. She's playing a safety. Don't blame her. Drop inside that 5. Played it really well, and that's a tough one as well. Getting, I don't think, can come on the left side of the table. Don't know how close she is to the 5. Get a good view here.
Oh, she's locked it lovely in between the 5 and the 4. That's reduced Christina's options for escape. Looks like she's eyeing up the 3-railer.
Maybe even 2. 2 rails and come inside the 8 and 9. That might be. Might need to watch the scratch possibly. Oh, what a great shot that is! Wow. Well, she puts her hand up, but to be honest, that was as good as she could have hit it, really.
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. And what a great result from it as well. She did raise her hand, like you said, Graham, but that was
3 ball, corner pocket.
rich rewards from a great shot. And this is the sort of tussle we've been seeing throughout this women's event. Really good safeties, and their opponents coming up with even better escapes, and it's gripping stuff.
Yeah, here's one to watch, Gethin. 3 ball off the 5 in the bottom left corner. That's what she's called, just in case. I mean, she's trying to get distance when she hits the 3. There's a chance if she catches it. Hey, it was close. It's a cue ball.
Foul.
Oh, that was unlucky.
That was indeed a great view of the elevation she needed to get over and get the cue ball down. And she wasn't far away from the 3, Graham.
No, she wasn't. I think the cue ball would have been a miracle to stay out, though. The spin that was on that cue ball was kind of pulling it in the corner. But nonetheless, she played a pretty good safety. But Christina with a good kick shot. Could say a bit of fortune, but it was a good hit. Now got her chance to get one on the board. I think there's any real problem here at first glance. Ooh, she nearly missed that though. Oh, she's tried to open the 6.
And that 6
blame
is left in the way, I think.
Yeah, I don't blame that shot. From that view there, you could see she just wanted to bump it into an easier potting position and have a shot on the 5. You could argue it was fine where it was, but sometimes when you get that opportunity to get in with a nice, easy bump into a ball, it's hard to turn down, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You always felt that you needed to go into it a little bit harder just to ensure the cue ball had a better chance of clearing itself, but she pulled out a lovely jump shot there. Didn't make the pot. 5 has tracked up into a position where I think where we can take it in the top left corner. And again, good opportunity for Weiwei.
Yeah, that was the angle.
She was willing it down just a little bit further to get the angle she wanted for the 7. Can she force this through?
Yeah, I think so. Just play with right hand spin. Try and come across above the middle pockets. Yeah, she's fine. Did that pretty well. Just kind of drop this one in dead weight. I would say get in, play the 8 ball in the bottom right. Possibly all 3 balls in the same corner pocket here. The 8, 9, and the 10 maybe, depending how she finishes. So it should be a drag one. Just drop this in. If she can hold it. Yeah. Oh, she's overcut it. Oh, I thought she had for a second.
That was delicate, but now only needs to put a stop shot in on this 8 ball, and to take a 2-0 lead will be very valuable.
Yeah, we always say this, don't we, get in these short races in this set format. The first couple of racks, really important. Well, every rack's important, but the sooner you get a couple on the board, just puts that extra bit of pressure on your opponent, especially with the winner break format.
Yeah, certainly we'll ask a few questions of her opponent. Just on the other table in our other semi-final, as our introducer Derek Cox mentioned, we have Jessica Centino, the 2-time world champion from the Philippines, taking on another Kristina Zlateva from Bulgaria. Well, there is a small possibility we could have an all Kristina matchup. I'm sure Weiwei has other thoughts about that. And that match is being streamed live on our other channel with commentating from Eric Horlison and George Teachea. But please do stay here, as Weiwei looks to break, wanting to get on the hill early in this opening set.
Lost the cue
Good
ball.
power, Graham.
Yeah, lost the cue ball again. So it was tracking towards the side, I think, from the view. Yeah, just got a little bit of a bump there out the way, but it could have been top spinning a little bit. Don't think this one's potable. It does look like you could play the 1 in the face. Kind of maybe kill the cue ball where it is. Maybe a touch of draw if you want to be a little bit aggressive, and maybe you can nestle it up next to the 3 ball, I think it is, or the 7 ball, sorry, and just send that 1 ball around the angles. Maybe could be on if that 3 ball and 10 ball isn't in the way of the line. Might be the only shot.
Looks like from the overhead, Graham, with a close inspection, there is a gap between the rail and the 1 ball. That might help her be able just to pop the cue ball out the way. She's having a good look at this, Graham. It's not obvious, the shot.
Yeah, I don't really see anything else. I mean, I don't think she can play a kind of a crossbank shot. I don't think that's on. The 1 ball's not really going to go anywhere of any value. There's a scratch and a double kiss on it. I kind of feel like she might have to go for distance and maybe just play the 1 pretty straight in the face. Try and leave the cue ball tight on the rail. Might be the
cushion first and roll up against it is the
That tells you everything, doesn't it? There was nothing really on for her.
We're looking to come off the right-hand edge. Push that one just a bit over, further over towards the 7, maybe knock into the 7. Really looking for good cue ball, but when they're that close, it's quite difficult to judge.
Yeah, I like this option a little bit better. If she can hide the 1, which she has pretty much done. Oh, a nice bounce here would be nice. Oof, what a shot. That's big trouble. The only saving grace here I get in is if Christina doesn't hit the 1. It's not really a sellout. Where the balls are and the 1 ball is, I mean, she could even opt to put another ball safe if she chooses, but this is pretty much, well, can you even get anywhere near hitting it? I don't think you can. There you go.
And takes the intentional foul. And what that does is it does give Wei Wei a little sneak peek at maybe going for the 3 fouls. We've seen this on a few occasions in matches over the past 6 days, and it is an option, especially when the balls are laid out in the way they are.
Yeah, the challenge with this one, though, Gethin, is even if she plays thin off the edge of the 1, puts the cue ball on the left side of the table, she could come 1 rail and just lean on it. I don't really see an easy hiding opportunity here, to be honest. Try and find something down the table. Can she get all the way down?
She's putting a bit of Wei Wei magic on this. I think she was looking just to screw that to come up behind the 3 and maybe bring that as the blocker.
Yeah, good call. I just think it was one of those funny ones where it wasn't a natural just go thin off the 1 ball and get some cover. This 1 ball should be a bit more open here, though. Oh, just got it all wrong. Everything's wide open, so actually maybe that's worked in Wei Wei's favour, Gethin, because everything's in the open now. Of course, there's a little bit of traffic here and there, but it's a much better table than 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, I agree. And Christina, on her first 2 opportunities, has actually, through her own unforced errors, put herself in trouble and allowed Wei Wei to really get her teeth into this. And with an exchange of safety play, she finds herself back at the table with a chance to get to the hill. And there aren't any immediate problems out there.
Yeah, a couple of good shots here. Have to maneuver through this traffic here. Has to slow down. This is not ideal. She wanted to be a little bit, well, further to the left side of the table. Unless she takes this in the bottom right corner and stuns it over, that's probably the most logical shot, overtaking the 1 in the side. Give her the best angle. Just pop this over. Try and get somewhere near the 9 would be ideal. That 5 ball there, you see, Gethin doesn't go past the 8, so it'd have to be a combo.
Confident pot. Brings the cue ball out nicely. She's now having an inspection of that 5, and you're right, Graham. The combination may need to be the order of the day, and there's a good bit of distance between the 2, so good cue ball would really help her here.
Yeah, there'll be distance here. Should not do anything crazy. It's really about the angle on the 5. Let's have a look. Ooh. It's not bad, but the key thing here is how straight can you hit the 5 onto the 8 to avoid the 5 moving to the right side of the table. She doesn't want that 5 to go on the rail unless she plays it with power. Oh, she's played it really well. Oh, what about that for a shot? Get rid of both balls. And a shot on the 6. It's not bad at all, Gethin.
No, She was able to hit that so straight. The 5 followed it in. And now 6 in the center pocket, running the cue ball round. Around the 7, picks up that 3rd rail. And she's looking in form, Graham.
Well, she is. She's taking the balls well so far. Very clinical. Just a couple of balls away from getting on the hill in this first set, and what a start for Wei. Well, the perfect start, Gethin, really. Christina hasn't really had much of a look in, other than that when she took that opportunity to try and bump that 6 ball a little bit. It didn't work out, and she's been punished for that since.
Two ball, quarter pocket.
Good thing with this set format, though, Gethin. Not to say that Christina will be giving up on this set at all, but once the set is over, you can regroup, start again. It's not over until it's over. And that's the good thing with this short format and set format.
Completely agree. And I really think it's been a match of unforced errors at the moment. You mentioned about the 6 with Christina, but there was also that thin cut that she played and ran up behind the 8 ball. So just a couple of rolls not going Christina's way, and Wei really looking solid and continuing with the performance from her mixed doubles yesterday. She does have a lovely smile as well when she's having good fun out there, but this is all serious now. And she will get the break to take this opening set. Not getting the rewards from the break, neither player getting the rewards from the break as yet. Yeah, the one's just coming a little bit high on the center pocket. Sometimes it's been tracking towards the top left after, but Christina to the table, not the best of looks, and a cluster and a little tricky group as well down by the 9 ball. So maybe looking to put Wei in trouble here. I'm not sure the value of going for this one is on.
Yeah, it's not a pretty table, is it? Lots of problems to deal with. Trying to play it off the 5, I think. Bad effort.
Made it. Well, that put me in my place. I didn't think the value was there. Clearly, to catch, felt it. She's just inspecting what she's left after moving the 5. Doesn't look very nice down there, Graham, so be interesting to see what position she can get.
Yeah, she's trying to hide the cue ball here. She's going to swing it around a few rails. Maybe might try and get right next to that 9 ball if that's on, or somewhere down that side. Now she's going the other side. She's going to play a slow roll. Maybe she is. Interesting shot. Not sure about that one, if I'm honest. She had a good angle there to swing the cue ball, open the 3 up.
Yeah, that was a difficult one to judge. I'm just wondering if she thought the 6 was maybe hampering the 1 rail escape, which could have put Wei in a bit more trouble, but she hasn't got the cover. I'm not too sure she can see this, but she's putting a bit of side on it, like she may be able to just throw it around the 5 a bit. Oh, lovely.
Yeah, Christine, I'll be very angry there. She probably had 2 options. Not to say it was the wrong shot, but it's always harder to play those kind of shots. And this 4 ball does go on the side as well. So key shot coming up here, Gethin. She needs to leave an angle on this 5, because this 6 ball doesn't go on the bottom left, I think. So she'll either have to make something happen. She might not get it from here. This could be a problem. Well, if she gets down for the 6 from here, Gethin, I think I'll be retiring from commentary. This will be quite a shot. I don't think the 6 ball goes in the bottom left, but she's obviously very straight on this 5, limited. She could play a nice safety though, Gethin.
Yeah,
On the
if she can screw back enough, there's just a chance of sliding the 6 down the table and rolling up behind the 7, perhaps. Oh, sorry, even from there. And that would be a nice shot, especially if she can get the cue ball between the 7 and rail.
Yeah, and she can even play like a kind of pace where she could bump the 7 and she should still be okay. Christina's in a lot of trouble here. Oh, is she? Well, no way. Is that a gap through there? Gethin? Can't be. That's incredible. If there's a little gap there to go through and catch the edge of that 6 ball, surely not.
I saw the cue ball just muscling its way through the 7 and down the rail. Looks like Christina can just hop over the edge of the 9, and that's a let-off.
No, she caught the 7. She tried to bend it a touch. The 8 ball might have came to her rescue a little bit here. I know it's an 8-10 combo maybe, which 10 ball will be replaced, but let's see how this 8 lands up. That might be a bit of a possible saver.
Yeah, it's not a nice dressed up 8-10, so she's going to need to just be particular off the 7 here. Needs it to bounce.
I wonder if she'll play a stop shot here, Gethin. The reason I say that is playing the 8-10 combo from high. If she plays it slow, she could run the cue ball to the right side of the table. And the 8 ball should maybe hold nicely for where her hand is to put it in there. She wants to be high on the 8 for sure. That's why she's gone forwards. If she plays this slow, give the 10 every possible shot. I don't know, from that angle it looks different. Maybe not on.
Yeah, it looks like she just needs to play the wrong side of the 8. The cue ball will track towards the same corner pocket that the 10s go into.
Just wondering if it's a double kiss. It's hard to tell from this angle.
Oh, she was able to play it on the other side, and that 8 ball's hung up quite nicely for her there.
Well, it's one of your shots I've getting, isn't it? Nice. A nice little friendly bit, little double kiss there. Yeah, it's worked out not too bad. As long as that middle pocket doesn't come into play here, probably she could even choose to go above the middle pocket just to be safe. She's played that very well. What a first set this could be for Weiwei Gethin.
I have to say, I would have not picked it to go in this fashion. I thought the first set was going to be a little bit tighter. That's a testament to the way Weiwei has taken every opportunity that she's been given from Christina. She's made her own opportunities as well. And that 10 ball to take a convincing 4-0 in the opening set. I think Christina's just going to take a moment to maybe shake her head and recalibrate for the next set. I would suggest while we take that opportunity and get the stats up, Graham Hickman and myself will also take a break. We'll be right back with the players. Don't go anywhere. Well, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if any of our eagle-eyed viewers was looking at the stats there, but no balls missed by Weiwei, and it sees her taking a 4-0 opening set. My name is Gethin Davis. Joining me in the commentating box, back for this second set, Graham Hickman. Welcome back, Graham.
Yeah, thanks, Gethin. Well, if ever there was a perfect set for a player, that was the one right there. Weiwei was flawless. Granted, Christina had a few turns at the table, but didn't really have much to go at. Oh, the one's just dropping in there, and this two ball is potable in the side. So if Weiwei can get a bit of momentum going in this set, it's going to be a bit of a battle for Christina here.
Yeah, that one ball was tracking, and dropped. And maybe the break starting to go Weiwei's way as well. Yeah, this could be an uphill struggle for Christina, but as I mentioned yesterday, she pounced on everything, so Weiwei will need to keep her wits about her.
A bit surprising there. What she tried to do is squeeze as much out of the pocket as she could to hold for the three. She just caught the rail at the point of the middle pocket, which, as we've seen, hasn't helped at all. You can't see this too, Christina, but I'm sure she can do much with it. I don't know if the pot is on. I don't think so. She's trying to put her on the point, potentially. Not sure if she was trying that, Gethin. Put her on the point or just try and get some cover behind the six.
Well, it would have been really nice if it was resting behind the point, but the two just brushed past, and that's only left Weiwei half a ball. So, getting away somewhat with that mistake, getting back to the table. Might have just fallen short, but certainly was heading in the right direction when we're looking for cover from the 9, 4 and 7. Now, I'm just wondering if Christina can get a thin enough edge to bring the cue ball back to where it is. Did she make a call to MK there, or?
It's the extension. Just take a bit more time. Tells me that she can probably see a little bit of this edge. And she's playing a kick shot, and she is hooked, but I think she can see an edge. She's just trying to figure out the best path of where to put the cue ball. There is some help there with the 7, 4 and the 9. She's trying to use that to her advantage. Could be a jump shot coming here, Gethin.
Yeah, and I was wondering if Christina was just taking a little bit of extra time in the sense of not catching the too thin to leave a jump for it in the center. But if there's a gap past the 6, I think this is a little bit of a mistake, because you don't want to be leaving either of these players jump shots like this. I wasn't able to avoid the 6. Looked tight, and this will be ball in hand for Christina. And with Weiwei taken in the opening set, she really would like to get some momentum built now at the table. Good spread on the balls, Graham.
Yeah, it's a key moment, this. Obviously the distance on the jump shot proving somewhat difficult. She's played there though, she hasn't got into that enough, and I can only put that down to table time. She really misjudged that. She called a bank, I think. She tells me she's going a bit offensive. Clearly not where she wanted the cue ball. Much further down the table. Big shot this coming up. She might have a bit of fortune. Say a bit of fortune. This 3's potable and the 4's over the corner getting. So from ball in hand, this is just turning into a little bit of a nightmare for Christina at the moment. Not able to get anything moving.
No, just not finding the position play that she's utilised so well to get to this point. Left a thin cut for Wei. Oh, and she's caught that too thick.
That was so far away. She'll be so annoyed with that. Even though it was a bit of a thin angle, she still fancied to make that one up the rail. Maybe trying to squeeze a bit too much. I don't think Christina thought she'd be back to the table so quick, I think.
No, she's just had a big deep inhale of breath and had a look at the 4 to 5. This could be the key shot.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Played it well though. Ball's over the corner.
Yeah.
Good as she could put it.
After a few of her previous positional shots, she may have just been fluttering on that one rather, but good cue ball. And one of the other things I noticed yesterday, most of her pots were all centre pocket, Graham. There was nothing touching a knuckle. And at some of the pace that she was playing them, it was a joy to watch, because these pockets on the Predator Arc 30th anniversary table are not to be taken for granted.
Yeah, definitely. Key shot coming up here. She's going to have to draw this up to the right side of the table, getting maybe somewhere around the break line. Could work. That would actually be quite nice. And she can have a nice angle to come down for the 9 ball. Doesn't want to be on the rail or anything here. She put a big stroke on this. How's your luck?
Well, I think she nudged it twice. Once on the way down, once on the way up. Look at the gold trim on this table. Beautiful. And yeah, she did, and that's come out to a lovely position, Graham.
Yeah, a little bit fortune there. I don't think she played to contact the 8 twice, let alone once. But it has worked out. As you say, delightful. She knows. Maybe a touch short here.
And it needed that second bounce, because after the first bounce, it looked like it was going to run safe against the 8. As it's happened, she was able to make the 8, shape on the 9, and avoided the 10. And this, a very good time for Christina to catch, to put her first mark on the scoreboard at the opening of the second set. Yep. Maybe a bit of an exhale there, but that's the start that she needed. Just bringing you an update from our other semi-final over on the other table. Francesca Centino has taken the opening set against Christina Zlateva, and we will keep you abreast of any more updates. And coming up following this will be the men's semi-finals. On this table, I believe it's Wojciech Szewczak against Fedor Gorst. And on the other table, Joshua Filler against Mac Lechner. Mad Max versus Killer.
Yeah, what a great lineup. Obviously, Szewczak, ex-10 ball world champion. Fedor, his little introduction, absolute monster on the table. They both are. Really going to be looking forward to see how they break. Especially Szewczak. I do think he's got one of the best 10 ball breaks. Hence why he seems to do so well in 10 ball events. That's more to come later. Something to look forward to.
Christina to break, leading 1 rack to 0, trailing 1 set to 0, must win set. Just a few of the balls in the center of the table colliding with each other, taking out their momentum. And nothing made off the break. Just having a little look from the replay where that one ball bounced up to, and that's not a bad position. Although the 2 does look tricky.
Yeah, the good thing is, you see the 2 does go on the side. It's thin, but the 3 ball is very close to it. I think the biggest problem here is going to be the 7 and the 8 getting. I don't think anything before that isn't a problem or not manageable. This is a bit short though. She's going to have to play into the 5, I think, yeah. If she can catch the cushion first, put the 2 in the side, cushion first, you would think she'd come out for the 3 ball. The only risk would be, where's the 5 ball going to go?
Oh. It's a thin cut to make in the first place.
Yeah, I wonder if the bank's on, but I think the cut, yeah, from this angle, the cut's, it's thin, but she could lose the cue ball a little bit here.
She took a long time down on the ball there, Graham.
Yeah, it was thin getting, but not that thin. She was trying to, well, obviously has to catch it super thin. So much, maybe a little bit of spin on it as well to try and go into the 5, and it's all gone wrong. So Christina has a chance here, but she now will have to deal with that 7 and 8. Just wondering if, yeah, I don't think that 7-8 is a carom. She might have to make something develop from that 6 ball. So 4 to 5 is going to be key here, getting.
Yeah, and nothing guaranteed. Trying to get something off the 6 either, so not straightforward for to catch here. It's popped out far enough for the 4. Would ideally like to try and drop this in between the center pocket and the 6.
Yeah, I tell you what, she'd love to be straight on the 5. That would be kind of ideal if she wants to go offensive on running this rack. Straight on the 5. She's gone high though. This could be a problem. How's she look?
Will it? Oh,
Wow. I wonder if she played that getting. Hard to tell really, but I tell you what, it's landed perfect because she can play a stop shot pretty much within reason. At least get the cue ball semi close to the rail-ish and leave an angle on this 6 to go into that 7 and 8. That's what she's done.
yeah. She had a deep, long look at the line she wanted. Just wondering if there's any benefit of just hitting the short rail first and bumping into the 7. May leave the 7 in a better position.
Yeah, I think you want to go with the 7 first, possibly here, just to give yourself the best chance to open it. Yeah, I like that shot.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, if she went cushion first, she could have got stuck there. I think playing it this way, I mean, well, it couldn't have worked out any better. Yeah, like I say, that 4 to 5 getting, that was the key shot, and she's really capitalised on that. On that good shot there, here you see it. Very nice contact on the 7. I mean, if that 7 catches the 8, things could happen a different way, but it didn't happen. She landed absolutely perfect.
She missed the 8 completely. It was a fantastic shot and doesn't look daunted at all by the opening set's result, so this is great stuff. is nigh on perfect. Nice round of applause from the crowd. Christina catch, taking a 2-rack lead, 2-0 in the second set. It is a must-win set for Christina, but she's not phased at all, and she will retain the break. And I'm sure Wei Wei will not be too despondent at this point. Clearly, she wouldn't like to give Christina much more room in this second set.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a contrast to the first set. Everything's going Christina's way in this one. The first set was clearly all Wei Wei's way. I can say it that way. But now Christina obviously has got a great chance. She gets the ball on the side. Is she going to have a look on anything? Nothing.
Oh, no. Well, good opening signs though, Graham, making the one on the cut into the centre pocket. It was something that just couldn't come to her in a match yesterday, and if she can start making the one in the centre pocket and maybe just keeping a bit more control of the cue ball, she really puts herself in a good position to start building on some momentum. However, now, on this occasion, she's probably going to play a push shot. Just having a look where she would like to push the cue ball to. I'm not sure I wouldn't just go for distance here, Graham, but she's looking down near the 5 ball.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because I like your idea of distance. She's got to anticipate not only what she would do, but kind of thinking what Wei Wei is going to do here. I mean, she could quite easily just double this 2 ball up to the right side of the table, kind of where the 3 ball is. Use the balls in the middle of the table for cover. That's an option. Oh, it's gone in.
Oh. Well, it was a great position with the cue ball, and I'm sure Wei Wei wasn't imagining that that red 3 would cause her so much of a problem. The 2 balls pocketed, and I'm just wondering, I don't know, from the overhead, there may be a path past it. Nope. That's definitely the jump stick, so she's just going to go over the edge of the 7 here.
Yeah, it looks really tight, doesn't it?
Mary Catherine will be looking on over the cue ball here, making sure no movement of the 7. There's not much room between the 2.
Oh,
Wow.
how's that stayed out? Well, you don't hit it any better than that, to be honest. I think that's just maybe one rattle away. It also shows how maybe unforgiving these tables are. I mean, I don't think even Wei Wei can believe that stayed out.
No. It's really stuck in the jaws as well, but where the 4 ball is, I don't think Christina's going to need to do too much. No, the 4 ball, as you can see, dressed up very nicely by the centre pocket. Just wants to be a bit careful that she's got an angle. I don't even think she needs that to come across for the 5, Graham.
I think she's good here. I don't really see any major problem at all. all dot to dot from here. This is probably the key shot. She's going to have to draw this high enough to go above the 9. As long as she gets anywhere kind of semi-straight on this 6 ball, it's happy days.
Lovely cueing.
Yeah, she might have overrun it a touch. Just wondering if she can kill this cue ball into the rail. Just drop this in dead weight. Yeah, nicely done.
She may just elect to take the 8 up into the top left pocket to screw back for the 9 into the right-hand centre. Not need to do too much with the cue ball. I think that's popped off the cushion, off the rail enough. This is a great response to the opening set, Graham. Goes to show the composure of both these players. It's fantastic.
Yeah, Christina looks a different person in this set. Really dialed in. If it continues this way, we could be in for quite an exciting final set, assuming Christina takes these out and continues this flow.
Well, and the other good sign for her, making balls off the break. She can marry the two together. Weiwei's in for some trouble. And she takes the 10 ball. And in complete contrast to the opening set, takes a 3-0 lead. She does trail 1-0. This is a must-win set, but Graham sitting at 3-0. She would certainly be fancying that's 1 foot into the third set.
Yeah, interesting. And it goes back to what we said, Gethin. Every set's different. This is a perfect example of maybe not to get yourself too down. A set doesn't go your way. There's always plenty pool left and you can always reset. It's funny because in the first set, Weiwei just looked like she wasn't missing. And then a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes. And yeah, Christina's right back in this.
Absolutely. And you called it just at the end of the first set. It's not all lost. And Christina up out of a chair and out for a quick comfort break. Has come back with clear vision. And now has been rewarded with a 3-0 lead in the second set on the hill. And I think that was 2 balls made off the break. I'm just wondering if yet again the 1 ball is just out of her reach. Yeah, the 5 and 7 going down, Graham.
Yeah, decent break. She's looking for, well, is she going to push out? Is that what she's thinking? Looks like she can maybe get an edge of the 1, but maybe not. So we'll push out. She needs to be careful though. This is the thing with the push outs, you can push into a position that you think is leaving maybe a safety option, but if your opponent can nail that safety, you could be in trouble. That's why she's going down here. Wow. Sometimes it's always hard with the shot clock maybe to think what's the right option. I just think she could be in trouble here. I wonder if Weiwei's got, she's calling the bank. Maybe just in case, or is she going aggressive here, Gethin?
Well, she may just be feeling 3-0 down. Let's go a little bit more full-blooded, aggressive and attacking. I think she may play this as a, she called the centre as a little bit of insurance, in the sense of she may be keeping the cue ball down here and hoping that if she were to miss, there'd be enough traffic to get in the way. if she were to make it in the centre, well, she puts herself in a great chance of just getting her way back into this second set.
Yeah, I like drawing behind the 10. Just don't know if that's what she's thinking. Needs to slow up. It's not going to.
No. A big bounce. And, well, the cue ball's going to be running away from the 2. I'm just wondering how delicate she's prepared to take this one ball on.
Yeah, it is thin. She might even have to play into the 3 and the 4 here. I'm not sure if she can play it with... Can she play it with right-hand spin, avoid the 3, and come around the bottom? I don't know if she can go around the angles.
Oh, she can. And that's a lovely pace. Fantastic opening shot from Christina to catch. She's really got the flow, as you put it, Graham.
Yeah, but she needs another shot here, though. She's going to have to go all the way up, I think, to play the 3 ball in the left centre pocket here. Well,
Caught the centre pocket. Just, oh, and it's thrown it out. Where's that 2 ball landed? Did it roll up to the 10? Oh, it didn't.
yeah, there's some safety options here, though. We play thin on this. There's lots of balls to hide up next to the 8 ball. Doesn't want to overhit the 2. Did she call the 9 or did she, I don't think she called anything. She might have done. Hasn't worked out, though.
Needs the cue ball to stop. It has. Well, it's left Christina. Tricky position, tricky hand positioning here over the corner pocket. But it's on.
Yeah, this needs control again. How's your luck? It's not going to be there. So I don't know. She's not going to play a combo here, I don't think. She'll be looking for some kind of safety. Can she play off the right side of the 3? Try and put the cue ball on that middle diamond below the 10. Or play the 3 ball down that way and go behind the 8. That could be an option. She's going in between. I don't think he's got there. It's not bad with the 3 ball, though.
No, that was not a bad effort at all, Graham. Looked quite difficult. I did like your call of going up towards the 8, but she picked the 4 and the 6 to just nestle in between. I'm not too sure if Wei can see both sides of this 3 ball, so may just look to get distance and put them each onto a long rail. That's come up short, Graham.
Very short. Very short indeed, and she's not hasn't got a bad angle really either. Christina can pot this and kind of head over towards the right centre pocket. She'd like to be not on the rail on the right side of the table, but you would think she's got enough angle to work with something.
Very nice. Very nice.
Well, what a contrast. 2 sets can be getting a couple of balls away from inflicting the same damage to Wei as she got in the first set. Quite incredible.
It really is. And, you know, both players not making any real silly mistakes. Just top class play when they're at the table. A little thin on the 8, but again, as long as the cue ball starts tracking in the right direction, should be looking good for this 9 in the corner pocket.
Yeah, just head straight down the middle of the table, really. Trying to get on the right side of the 10. Just playing at a good pace as well. Oh, if she caught the far side of that 10, she could have been in a spot of trouble there. Could have headed over towards the 9, but it worked out just okay.
As we took a good look at the logo on these Arcos 2 balls. This 10 ball, well, Graham, what a contrast, as you said, to the first set. Christina Tkach took the break, came back, and with renewed vigour has taken the second set 4 racks to 0, so we're locked at 1 set apiece. Referee's just asking if the players would like to take a break, and they are, so I would suggest that we also take a break, Graham, and we will leave our viewers with the statistics so far, and we'll be right back to join the players for the opening of our deciding and final set. We'll be right back. Well, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this thrilling semi-final matchup between Christina Tkach and Chu Che Wei. And, well, it's been a game of 2 sets so far. Both players showing their propensity for dominance. In our opening set, Wei took it 4-0. And in our second set, Christina replied herself with a formidable 4-0. A couple more balls missed if you took a note of the stats in the second set, which Christina has taken advantage of. As we just wait for Wei to get back. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me back in the box for this deciding set, Graham Hickman. Well, I'm not going to pick it, Graham. Are you going to hazard a guess?
Well, I think after these first two sets, it's proven that there's no point because it's going to a shootout, Gethin. We don't need to pick anything. It's going 3-3. Go to a shootout. Clearly, that's what's going to happen. Of course, I joke. But yeah, I've got no idea. No clue which way this is going to go. We thought in the first set, Wei Wei was going to run away a little bit with this. Christina had other ideas. She's battled back. Maybe this break, a bit like what Christina did in the first set, took a break, and maybe Wei Wei taking a break now. She might come back with a new lease of life. Let's see how it unfolds. A dry break to start, though.
Yeah, and well, there is a cut on the one, but there's a much better chance to lock up Christina here. Maybe even just bringing the cue ball locked behind the two. But it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to come out as aggressive as they have done so far, or if now, with it just getting to the closing stages of this match, if they're going to tighten it up a little bit. Ooh. She called the one, makes it off the 5, and well, I didn't see that coming.
I think it was also a double case, Gethin, was it? Not. Did it not just flick the cue ball as well?
Yeah, it took the cue ball on its way back. Whew. So should we say Wei Wei riding her luck a little bit, but to great effect.
Well, one thing's for sure, she's come out guns blazing. Didn't like the safety, preferred the offensive route on the big pocket. Key shot coming up here because the 5, as you see, is down next to the 8 ball. So it's important to have a nice angle on this 4. Only the angle she has now doesn't mean the cue ball has to be there, but something along the lines of that angle could work. Yeah, that's why she's just took a little bit more medicine. She can swing this around the angles. Try and track towards that 7 ball if she likes. I mean, she could go even low if she wanted to get in and kind of try and track that short rail, just to guarantee the look at the 5 instead of flirting with danger options.
Yeah, good observation, Graham. I wonder if Wei Wei's just picked up on that. I'm sure she has. Right, using up all the shot clock, and that can sometimes just play a little role in the backswing. But however, that has turned out rather nice. Shape on this 5, with the cue ball naturally tracking back up the table for the 6 down in the corner, hopefully.
Yeah, that's not what she played, to hit the 6 ball like that. But one thing's for sure, like you say, she landed very nice indeed, and 1 or 2 shots away here from being in prime position. This 6 needs a little bit of K. She manages it well, and wow, an opening rack from Wei Wei get in.
Well, our stat man, Michael Salmon, was pointing out that she didn't miss a shot in her opening set. She looks like exactly doing that in this opening rack. Okay, a bit of a cagey bank shot, but it pulled off. Needed to be called and made. Sometimes you've got to take advantage of things like that, and well, Wei Wei's not needed asking twice, and this could be in very quick fashion the opening rack in this deciding set. Race to 4, and as Graham joked about earlier, there is a chance that if both players are locked at 3-3, we will go to a shootout, which for us at home and in the crowd is really exciting stuff, but for the players can be a little bit more daunting. And Graham, I've just noticed we already have a player through to the final. The Filipino, Jessica Centino, has beaten Christina Zlateva 2-0. So she's taken the first place in the final. which will take place later today, 3 p.m. local time, after the men's semi-finals have taken place. So
Yeah,
the
pretty
threat
quick.
of, I was going to say, the threat of 2 Christinas in the final is off.
Yes. I'm sure Christina Catch will be happy to be the only one if she can make that happen. I was just going to say in the 2-0 win you were talking about, pretty quick sets really, 4-2 and 4-1. So Filipino doing the damage there. But we're locked here, 1 set all. Maybe 1-0 up, gets that one in the side. A few little bumps and rubs. That's not a bad break really. It seems at first glance. 3 ball looks tight in the side maybe.
Yeah, the 3 has just finished a little naughty. That might just snuff out her will to go for the clearance here. There is some traffic that she can aim to get the cue ball behind, but as we saw in her opening shot in the previous rack, she went full on aggressive. Oh, how'd you like that pace, Graham?
Delightful. And that 5 ball as well up the table is a real problem. It stops the one real kick shot from being much of a shot. She could go to the right rail, maybe. If she does go to the right rail, kind of slide the cue ball up, catch a half ball 3. There's a possibility the cue ball could drift to the 4. I like this shot better than the jump, to be honest. If she can catch this 3, there's a chance of a double kiss either way. How about that? Brownie points for Mr. Hickman there. Spotting that one get in, but
You called it. That was a great call. And where the 3 has landed, it's just come up the cushion a bit. I was going to say, if Weiwa was to go for the jump here, if it was sitting over the pocket, you'd fancy her for it, but now this is made a lot trickier. But let's not take anything away from that escape from Christina. That was top class.
yeah, very hard to judge, but I do like that option much more than the jump shot, because I think this way, that way, good things could happen. Yeah, bit of trouble here. This 3 ball technically is makeable because it is close to the corner. Great view here, see how it bends. Ooh, I thought the cue ball was flying in there.
Yeah, it actually came out of there quite nicely. It's leaked a little bit further than I imagined. Now, there is a cut on this 3 into the corner pocket. And with a good bounce off the short rail, well, that escape from Christina could prove very fruitful. The 8 does pass the 9, doesn't it, Graham? I'm pretty sure from the overhead. That's, oh, from this angle, it certainly looks on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that flies in. These balls are quite nice. 5 to 6 here is kind of important. She wants to leave an angle. That 10 ball does come into play a little bit. She'd love to be pretty close to her work. With a nice angle to come back for the 7. 7 to 8 is going to be key as well. This could be a bit short, maybe. Or maybe not. She might do it. Well, if she can draw this straight back above the 7, judging by her body language, she might be absolutely perfect here.
Keen eyes in the crowd. It's been packed house all week. And we're only on day 6 of 10. We do
Speed.
Oh, I don't know. Seem to just keep running a little bit, Graham. I actually expect Christina to take this on.
Yeah, I know it's not ideal. It's an extreme thin one. Don't like it. She might be having to play it with a bit of a playing with lady luck. She might be going into the 8 ball here. It's this thin. Maybe even the 8 or 9 hit something.
Oh, she
Well.
got both.
And if that, I mean, that 8 ball is still quite thin in the side, but could have been a lot worse. That's for sure. It was a great cut on the 7.
Yeah, she had to make sure of the pot. You could see just before she took the shot, she dressed the cue up knowing that there was a good chance she was going to run into the 8.
She might have to come
Fortune
back.
favours the brave.
Yeah, definitely. She might have to come back across the table here for the 9 in the opposite right. Just play this well. I say that, Gethin. Ran on, hasn't it?
Yeah, it came cleanly past the 10, but just with a bit of extra pace has rolled up against this cushion. It's just made the shot a bit trickier. She may run into the 10 here. And the cue ball.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Well, I'm speechless. Fortunately, Christina did not scratch. So as Mary Catherine Griggs puts the 10 ball back on its spot, Christina's looking down the barrel of this 10 ball, and it's a bit of an extreme shootout shot. Oh, fantastic. She drops her head in disbelief, some would think. And, well, a shake of the head, and Christina to catch brings the score back. And I have to say, Graham, that was really nicely done in a tough predicament.
Well, it's the toughest 10 ball as you're going to see, really. I mean, deep down, I bet she wishes that was the 10 ball for the win, but still plenty of pool left to go in this match. And yeah, it's good that the players can have a bit of smile and laugh at the situation, even though it is a big moment in the semi-final to get into a major final. Yeah, that was a great 10 ball, Gethin. Very well done.
I did like the way the cameraman picking up the sheer focus, determination, to disbelief, to delight. It was great, all in that one little clip. Very expressive, and more importantly, bringing it at the right time. She will get the break. Both players starting to get a bit more reward from the break too. So it's 1 apiece in this deciding final set. Oh, a few balls threatened there, Graham, but nothing wanted to drop as that 9 ball is making a little groove for itself.
A bit of a messy break, really. All the balls, and the majority of the balls going towards a rail. Just means there's plenty of work to do. Bit of spinning on that 9 ball. There is a shot on this one, but it's not exactly plain sailing. She went offensive.
Ooh. She did. And that has sat in the jaws of the pocket. Not sure that blue 2 passes the 5 ball. But if it does, Christina may play for position on it. She's come over that way. Now,
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? This table isn't straightforward by any means. This is this is a tough shot already. To draw this back and avoid the centre pocket for the 3 in the side, you would think. Oh, she's taking her medicine.
it's actually not a bad way to play it, in case she's now left herself an angle to muscle in on the 4.
Yeah, it's a good call. It's a pretty good angle. Needs to get the 4 ball out of there. Hopefully have a shot on it.
Oh, double kiss. And both the cue ball and 4 ball come out. Maybe just a bit further than she would like for perfect position, but she'll certainly take this. Now, is she going to run into the 8 or? She's digging deep, Graham.
Yeah, it's the only option. Needs a bit of cueing this. Timing to get the cue ball to bite. Bad effort. Needs to pull up though. Well,
It has.
tell you what, getting, if she could take out these balls from this layout, what a finish this will be. I mean, she's done pretty much, you could say, the hard work to a degree. She needs to make sure she gets a nice angle on this 6. A little bit straight, but she's got still room to work with. Tell you what, this could be, well, I'd probably say one of the clearances of the match so far, based on where the balls were.
Thoroughly agree. She really does have this confidence, especially when running into balls. She doesn't take her eye off the pot. Really important. I do keep alluding to a quarter-final match against Han Yu where I'm not too sure, but I don't think she missed a ball in the match. And that can be, if you want to have a look at all of the previous matches in this event, please do visit Pro Billiard TV YouTube channel. And if you are enjoying this, please do like, share and subscribe to catch on the 8 ball. Oh, I think she was hoping to catch that a bit fuller in the face. Graham has left the bank, but position on the 10.
Yeah, this is a problem. I don't even know if the bank is on. She'll have to play kind of a top spin with running left-hand side spin to really get on the 10. Try and get over to this left side rail, if she is going aggressive, that is. She's turning it down. I don't blame her.
No, and not only a very mature shot, she's played it nigh on perfect. That cue ball is locked on the short rail, and that 9 ball resting up against the 10. I think she can only just brush off the edge of this and try and come back up the table again.
Yeah, it's landed in such a way where if she plays it thin enough, cue ball will come straight up the table. The 9 should stay pretty much where it is. Needs to be away from that corner pocket though. I think Christina's been a little bit unlucky, to be honest, on that safety shot getting. She kind of tracked it towards the 10, but it landed in such a way that was probably more favourable for Weiwei. A lot more tricky now, this. She might even take this on. I know it's not ideal, but it's a containing safety.
Can she? It'll be a really delicate shot if she just wants to glance off it and bring the 10 into play.
Risky business.
She caught it. Yeah, really difficult to judge the pace, especially when you've got such difficult cueing. And Christina not so happy with that, but it was always going to be a difficult shot. And the way she's left the 9 ball for Wei Wei. Well, Wei Wei can maybe try and drop this in and just take a longer shot on the 10, or she could try to force this.
Yeah, I think up and down makes sense. Just let your cue go a little bit. Let the topspin do the work. Don't need to go too hard. Looks somewhat natural. Just play with a bit of topspin. I think Christina's a little bit just annoyed there, Gethin. Sorry, I think she's a bit disappointed. Not only did she have the chance to win without catching the 9, but the safety shot she played on paper looked great. But for the untrained eye, I guess, actually worked against her a little bit.
And after all that hard work that Christina put in to open that opportunity for herself, Wei Wei's been able to take advantage of it and regains the lead. 2-1 in this final set. We're getting closer to the end, and well, both players still looking calm and composed. Christina will be disappointed in the way that last rack played out, but she shouldn't take anything away from the way that she got there. And in this final set, Graham, players are starting to make balls on the break. This could get very, very interesting. Wei Wei will get the break now, winner breaks format.
Yeah, starting to find a little bit. I think that break was very messy in terms of the ball layout. Christina had done the hard work. And the wave is quite happy to pick it up at the end. Gets her one step closer. She'd love to get one more rack. Of course, first person to get to 3 is guaranteed a shootout. Gets the one on the side.
Yeah, they're starting to make that one. Better late than never. Does get a look at the 2, but nothing available. Can she just play this and very gently past the 9 and screw against the long rail up against the 9? It's a delicate shot. Just glancing off of it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most very big stretch here. From the thinnest of edges, doesn't want to leak the 2 ball out. And she left an extreme edge. Hard to tell. If anything, it's very thin. She might have done. Just wondering if it's thin enough. Does that middle, sounds a bit of a strange one, but does that middle pocket come into play? Not for a scratch, just to catch the point. It's hard to tell.
Oh, Graham, you are on fire, sir. I actually think there may be an edge of this too again, but you are absolutely on point. Pardon the pun.
Yeah, I mean, it was very acute, but it did look like it could have raised its nose there. I mean, there hasn't really been much damage other than maybe left an edge on the 2, but she should be grateful that she could actually see the 2, and probably similar for Wei Wei here. Probably just has to control a little bit. Needs to get some cover here. A lot of dangerous balls. She played the same kind of shot, but this time the other edge.
This one looks a little bit tighter than the last one, if that's possible. Oh, the edge is there. Where's the cue ball going to track towards? If it's too thin, it might be going up towards that corner pocket, so... Delicate, delicate.
Foul.
Oh, Graham. That was the danger.
Yeah, it was a thin edge. It's a tough one to really. You want to catch it thinner, would have been the ideal scenario, and just. Yeah. But she also had in the back of her mind getting, I think, trying to bring the two back into that little cluster, because if you hit it too soft and just delicate to it, you're going to leave the two on the rail and maybe leave a shot for Weiwei. But this is obviously a worse outcome with the scratch.
Yeah, Weiwei was just looking to see if the 3 passed the 5 from the overhead. It doesn't look like it will, so she'll need to screw back up against the long rail where she's at. Oh, I thought she might have to take the 3 into the same pocket. She didn't need to. She's elected to take this in the center.
You know, the balls are basically below the center line, bottom half of the table getting. It's always funny. It makes you realize how every rack of pool is different. Not one ball is above the top half of the table, so she can keep that cue ball kind of anywhere in the middle of the table here, and she'll have options.
Just having a little look at the 6. The 5 is dressed up quite close to it, so good opportunity to come underneath it if she needs to, if it doesn't pass the 8. But the way that she's been taking these balls into the center pockets as well, I wouldn't put it past her to play for that, but where she is now, she's coming high on the 6. She's called a 6, so sliding it past the 8. And this, a great opportunity for Weiwei to get to the hill first in this deciding set.
Interesting, she played a stop shot there. Looked like the stop shot might give her a little bit of angle to go down the table a touch, but could be a little bit deceiving. Maybe she can, it's more than fine. Play this. Yeah, it's pretty straight. She can play it just off one rail. A little bit of right hand spin. Similar shot come back above the 9. So yeah, a little bit of nip and tuck on this 2 ball, get thin, and what a chance.
Indeed, Graham. Both players looking really solid around the balls. But in this 3rd set, Weiwei's just taking her opportunities that bit better. I would say, though, Christina was on for one of the clearances of the tournaments, but as it turns around, it's flipped a bit. And this 10 ball to get to the hill in this semi-final of the Women's PBS Las Vegas Open, and that, you would say, is 1 foot in the final. So Christina is now in a must-win situation just to get us to a shootout, Graham. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's getting to that busy part of the day as well, and as you say, we've had good crowds all through this event so far. Great to see everybody's so enthralled, just as much as we are. And you know, if you're watching and you're nearby, just come down. It's all free. If you can find a seat, that is. You have to get there a bit earlier.
Exactly.
There will be, you know, if someone gets up and you snooze, you lose. You can jump in. Yeah, we have lots more matches coming, finals, as well as another semi-final coming up. So what a great day of pool in store for everybody.
Yeah, it's just going to keep getting better and better today. Men's semi-finals will be starting off in about 45 minutes. But back here, Weiwei's breaking for the match. Wow, look at that 1 ball, Graham. Nothing dropping. But for Christina, she's going to come to the table with the 8 covering the 1. Not sure if she can get underneath it for a kick and stick. That could work out rather nicely.
Yeah, it looks close, doesn't it? But from the angle where the cue ball is, I think it could be on. She plays it with draw. Try to. Not sure if a plain ball will work that way, but it might still be okay. But just to keep that cue ball to the left of the 8, as she plays it slow. Yeah, she's played it slow.
Nice. Nice touch, Graham.
She's trying to work out some kind of kick shot here. The slide
Yeah, I think
will work. She'll have to play this with a bit of pace.
I was just about to say, is there some insurance for her with where the 2 ball is, but it's quite a distance between it and the 6.
Oh, wow.
I don't think that was the pocket she called. I think she called the corner pocket, to be fair, Graham.
As Christina comes to the table, that tells me you're 100% correct. Yeah. Interesting. She called the corner, but if she didn't call anything, the side would have been the most obvious choice. However, maybe not a big drama. This is a thin one. Cue ball control. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cue ball.
She got away with it. It's close. That was a risky shot, I felt. Weiwei's going to have to go airborne over the edge of this 5. This would be a very good blue 2 to make at this stage of the match. Oh, and that she's done it, Graham. I don't think, oh, is there even a pathway for the 3 through the 4-9? That would be a turn up for the books. But what a great jump shot from Weiwei there.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a gap, this is a good chance because she could play a stop shot, but she's taking quite a bit of time, so that tells me it doesn't go. Maybe it is. Shot clock beat her there, get in.
Yeah.
And cost her as well.
Could cost her dearly, Graham. Look at where the balls are situated. I felt that if Christina didn't run safe behind that 5, it could be all Weiwei, but even after the jump shot she made, it just wasn't on. But in complete contrast, looking at the table here, it's laying out rather nicely for to catch.
Yeah, that was a bit of a chance. I'm not saying the 3 ball was easy, but maybe a chance to get a good safety. The shot clock just crept up on Weiwei, and she kind of, to be honest, just probably threw her cue at it with a little bit of thinking, but nothing of real substance. It looks like it could be a bit of a blow here. Of course, the balls get a bit more difficult the more pressure that's on the table, and there's a bit of distance between 7 and 8 here, so this is an important shot. Either leave a bit more angle than you need on the 7, bring it back off a couple of rails, or try and get close to it, try and be straight. That'll work though. She brings the cue ball back to a similar place, getting somewhere around that area. She might want to come a little bit higher though, so she's not bridging over the 9. Just something to be thinking of a little bit. Yeah, you can see there.
Yeah, doing as you suggested. bringing it back to where it was, and Christina just calling her extension. She appreciates the importance of these last 3 balls. We'll bring her back to 3-2, 1 away from taking us to a shootout, and she will have the break. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That cue ball is perfect.
Wow, that was a bit risky. Not sure maybe didn't think she would play it like that, but obviously every player is different. Kind of felt that she had enough angle. She could have just played that plain ball and held the cue ball, but obviously the pressure, sometimes players like to put a little bit more on the ball. Nevertheless, it worked out pretty well. She's going to have a break, you would think, here. Try and get us to a shootout, Gethin.
This 10 ball to bring it back to 3-2. Christina to catch, showing great composure. The scoreline is back to 3-2. Weiwei won't get to break again. And well, we've got a few more surprises in store. Just to let you know, semi-final matches coming up on this table. In the men's division, Wojciech Szewczak takes on Fedor Gorst. And on our other stream table, table 2, Joshua Filler against Mad Max Lechner. And that will be taking place in about 40 minutes from now. And then we will move on not only to the finals at 3 p.m, but following that, we'll also have the opening ceremony for the WPA Teams World Championships. That will be starting tomorrow, along with the Pro Billiard Series Las Vegas Junior Open. Christina to break, trailing 3 racks to 2 in this final set, breaking for her match life. Useful ball made in the center pocket, and a good look on the 1. Couldn't have asked for much more than that.
Yeah, just when she needs it. A somewhat pretty decent break. With the look, that's all you can really hope for. Obviously the positional shot is not ideal. She just takes her medicine, then plays a good safety shot. Could be an option. She's trying to make something happen.
Oh, I do like the ambition. She may have been a bit unfortunate there. On the other hand, she may have left the thinnest of cuts. Oh, that would be too thin by the looks of it now. I take a look from this angle. She did go for it, but made good cue ball, and there's a lot of traffic. There is a 1-rail escape, but this 6th rack is by far not over yet.
Yeah, it was a bit aggressive, wasn't it? But I don't really think she had much of an option. It's worked out somewhat okay, though. I mean, I would fancy Weiwei to hit this ball. Whether she chooses, I don't think she can go offensive. Potentially, I think the scratch could be on that way. She also needs to catch it pretty full, otherwise she could scratch in the bottom left as well. One in the top corner.
Let's just pull to the right side of the pocket, meaning I think there's shape on it. It looked like it was traveling in the right direction.
Yeah, position to 3 is not ideal. This, to play this, you would think, looking at the angle, does she play it with left hand spin and hope that she can get the bite on the table with the slide? Or does she risk drifting it down the middle of the table and kind of coming to the right of the black? It's also an option, but much more difficult to control.
Lovely view from our cameraman. Oh, it's rattled. She played it in such a fashion to hold for the 3 into the bottom left corner, or top left as we're looking at the table now, and gives Wei Wei a chance here. And I'm just wondering if she's got a sense that this is her opportunity. She needs to take it.
Well, it's definitely an opportunity. She's going to play this on the extreme right edge to come down the left side of the table. Christina having to play that previous shot with so much left-hand spin, kind of straightened up maybe. That's why it rattled. You would think Wei Wei's still 1 or 2 shots away from this being what you call a gilt-edge winning chance. This needs a bit of cueing to come back across.
Oh, makes the pot. How's the cue ball, Graham? Not bad at all.
Question is here, is she going to be able to go forward and play it either in the side, or will she have to punch this across below the middle pocket, play a longer green ball into the top right corner? If she can go forward, it's probably preferred. Yeah, looks like he's going forward, getting, so maybe just enough room. She's going to be able to go. Needs to slow down though. Oh. To take the medicine.
A bit of yeah.
Yeah, this is a tester at this stage because she is going away from the 7, so she's got a choice to make. Can she hold it, and will she leave too much of a thin angle on the 7, or will she have to put a bit of a stroke on this and go long rail? Well, from that angle you could see she had more than enough to hold. This could be the moment. 1 good shot away, you would think, get nice and straight on this 8 on the side, and it's pretty much stop shot central.
It is one of the benefits of getting to the hill first. You can sort of just wait to see if your opponent makes a mistake as they're fighting for it. But then you still have to pounce when you get the opportunity, Graham. And again, a little bit of an angle on this 8.
Yeah, but the good news is there's a gap between the 8 and 9. She can just go forward, up and down.
Well, what a match we've been treated to. I'm not saying it's over right now, but 4-0 to Wei Wei in the opening set. Christina came back enthrallingly, taking the second 4-0. This one a bit more tightly contested, and a big exhale from Wei Wei. The Chinese Taipei player with this 10 ball to take her place in the PBS Women's Las Vegas Open final. And what a match. 2 great contenders, a warm embrace and a bit of wish of luck for her upcoming final. She will play Cesca Centino at 3 o'clock local time, which is about 3-4 hours from now. I'll double check. And we're just hearing the announcements in the background.
Victorious in Arena 2, so it's Centino and Zhu Shenwei. 3 o'clock here in Arena 1.
Thank you, Derek Cox. It's been an absolute pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. We do hope you will be back in the next 30 minutes for the start of the men's semi-finals. Kicking off on this table, Wojciech Szewczak will be taking on Fedor Gorst, an absolute thriller. And more importantly, on the second table, the killer is taking on Mad Max Lechner. It's going to be an enthralling matchup. My name's Gethin Davis. A big thank you to Graham Hickman. We'll be back with you in half an hour for the men's semi-finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up at 11:30 is our men's open semi-final matchups. Two great matches to find out who's going to be moving on to the finals of the men's open. In Arena 2, we'll have the killer, Joshua Filler, and Mad Max Lechner. Then here in Arena 1, Wozek Sevchek and the Ghost, Fedor Gorst. Two will be moving on to the championship that will be held later on today. So a lot of exciting pool yet to come here in Vegas.
you say?
I wanted a bigger one because it's not that much.
Yeah, I was surprised. But also, when he said he broke from the side, I feel like he does break from the center.
Does Gorst jump with his legs too?
Sometimes. Like sometimes. I know he has. I know Filler has. The one of my favorite, but it's mixture, is Jasmine.
Jasmine?
Jasmine really, dude, Jasmine can jump up, stand on one toe and kick. Like, I have some crazy pictures of her. Yeah, Jasmine, I specifically shoot vertical because she gets taller and that. And like from the side, I have some cool ones. But yeah, she'll like one tippy toe with 1 foot back. Like, she's got a big one. Wait, you gotta ask for it. Doing what you want. I'm sorry. You're alright, you're alright?
Maybe I can ask her for on the practice table or something.
Yeah. What's the best time? She's out there.
Cool fans, the excitement is building. Just 15 minutes away from our Mint Open semifinal. The killer Joshua Filler and Mad Max Lechner in Arena 2. Here in Arena 1, Vosek Chevchek and Fedor Ghost all set to kick off here in about 15 minutes. Also want to remind you to check out ProBilliardsSeries.com. ProBilliardsSeries.com. You can follow everything going on this week here in Vegas, all the matches, all kinds of great information, and also a link. You can watch it live anywhere.
welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, too.
No way.
Hello, pool fans, and the action continues here from Las Vegas. It is the season kickoff of the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. We have had an excellent crowd here this week. Throughout the event, 10,000 people throughout the event. It's been a packed house, and we've seen some amazing pool, and it's about to get really exciting. We started with 128 of the finest players on the entire planet for the Las Vegas Men's Open. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to just the final four. We have reached the semifinals, and time to determine who is going to be moving on for a shot at the title. So let's get to it and meet the semifinalists. First, in Arena 2, he's a World 9-Ball champion, World 8-Ball champion, and a World Teams champion from Bad Honnef, Germany. Make some noise for the killer, Joshua Filler. And his opponent is a World 8-Ball semifinalist, the 2019 9-Ball International Open runner-up from Innsbruck, Austria. Please give it up for Mad Max Lechner. And back here in Arena 1, he's a 2023 European champion, the 2022 World 10-Ball champion from Warsaw, Poland. He's the Chef Master. Make some noise for Wojciech Szewczyk. And his opponent is a two-time World 9-Ball champion, three-time all-around Derby City champion, and a World Pool Masters champion. Please make some noise for the Ghost, Fedor Gorst. Lagging for the break, it's a race to four, best of three sets, sending it to the Predator press box.
Thank you very much, Derek Cox, and welcome everyone to this enthralling encounter between Wojciech Szewczyk and Fedor Gorst. Referee for the match in the semi-final, Danny Meyerhofer. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the commentating box for this thriller, my good friend and colleague, Graham Hickman. Welcome, Graham.
Thanks, Gethin. Hello, everybody. Well, yeah, we're in for a treat here, Gethin, because for me, Wojciech Szewczyk definitely has one of the best breaks in 10-ball for me. And obviously, Fedor needs a little introduction there, as we heard, multiple world champion. But let's not forget, Szewczyk has won the 10-ball as well. So I'm sure we're in for a battle here. But got some interesting stats from our Michael Salmon, who pulls together some fantastic insights. And one of the things that's going to be really interesting for us to keep an eye on here, Gethin, is the break success. And the stats are quite different between both players across their TV matches, with Fedor on 76% success on his break versus 43% for Szewczyk. So that tells you, now basically, when Fedor breaks, he wins most of his racks, which is quite incredible. Let's see. Fedor to break.
Well, it looked like he'd made a ball, but that's not a very nice look on the one. And yeah, thank you, Michael. I do love the insights he brings to the games. Does that for an extra dimension, but it'll still all come down to the performance on the day. Both these players have played absolutely magnificently over the last 5 days to get to this semi-final. Gorst is having a good look at this. Graham, I'm not too sure if there's an obvious safe on. You do have an eagle eye.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Push out wise, he's going to have to put a bit of distance to the right side of the table. Don't think the one goes in the bottom left corner. If it does, it's very tight. So Fedor must have a plan in his mind. He's quite good at the push out. He's Fedor. Quite creative. Yeah, really interesting to see how this match unfolds, to be honest, Gethin. The last 2 times they played each other, here's a crazy stat for you as well. Was it in the 2024 World 9-Ball Championship? Fedor obviously won that one. He beat him 11-8 in that one. And they played again in, well, earlier to that, 2023, in the 98-ball. And beat him there 10-8 as well. So the last couple of times they've played have been in big events. And Fedor coming out the victor. But as you say, it's all on the day, and Fedor knows how good Shevchuk is. Despite in the semi-finals. And this could be nice if he flicks off the 9. Maybe he'll still be okay. Fedor.
He's left a window.
Yeah, I was just saying he's left a window, Gethin, but he might even be able to play this possibly full in the face. Push the 1 ball next to the 10. Use those 5 ball, 6 ball, 7 for cover. Maybe if he wants to do the slow roll, could be an option.
Just taking a little bit of extra time over this. Both players under a 30-second shot clock. They do have 1 extension they can call each rack. Gorst taking his now. Understands the importance of this shot. He's done what you've suggested, Graham. It's leaked out. Took a little chunk of the 10 as well.
Yeah, I think what he tried to do there, maybe possibly hold behind the 5. It's kind of went in between. Good news is that it hasn't really left a 110 carom or anything. He could find himself in trouble here. A couple of rails, some cover down table, leave that 1 ball up there. There's the cue ball.
Takes a piece of the 8, that might have helped. Oh, it looks like from here, Graham, he might not be able to see that.
Yeah, I don't know if he can go off the second rail, the short rail. Play kind of a kick shot on the 1 with a bit of right hand English. If he doesn't get it towards the side, he might even get a bit of a hook behind the 2 balls just below. Oh, he's misjudged it. He had to play off the 2 rails, that's why. Very tricky. Well, what a great chance for Shevchuk here with a wide open table. Probably start with a 110 combo, you would maybe think. No early combos, Gethin. We have to respot this 10 ball. This rule was changed. It used to count, it doesn't anymore.
He's going to leave it there.
Don't blame him. Ball in hand makes that a lot more easier, doesn't it?
Ooh. Wanted to avoid the 7 for the 2 in the centre. And as you were alluding to, Wojciech coming into this match in great form. He took out 2 very tough Austrians in his last 2 matches. Albin Ushan and Mario Hay. Both 2-0, making it look comfortable. Must be feeling confident.
Yeah, 10 ball. It's always been a big favourite of Shevchuk. Results have shown that over the years. It's a very strong game of his, discipline-wise. He's leaning over this 10 ball somewhat. Referee keeping an eye. Quite a tall guy, so it tells you how far this is down the table. That's the pace. Not great. Okay to go above the 6. Yeah, it's a funny one, Gethin. He might have to, well, maybe take a combo here. I don't know what kind of, you can do much with that cue ball. Maybe go forward off the rail and back out, or just roll it in. Can't really do much.
Yeah, he's called the combo as well. So the 6 onto the 10. 10 looks like it's dressed up rather nicely there, and without too much pace, the 6 and the 1 should just come to the right-hand side of it.
Yeah, that's good news of the position there. He's always going to have a shot on the 6 because of the angle he left it, so it wasn't a terrible combo to play. Referee just putting it back. Just needs one more good shot here. It's one of those interesting ones where it's all about the pace, and as you can see, the 8 ball doesn't go on the bottom left, so he needs to make sure he has a good angle on this 7, because he can't just run round the back of it. He'd love to be pretty straight on this, Gethin, if he can get down table. Run. Oh, that's a great shot. Absolutely perfect.
Indeed, not too bad at all. And well, a little exchange of safeties. First opportunity coming to Wojciech. And I've got a feeling this is going to be a familiar pattern throughout today's semi-final. And with that 9 ball, Wojciech Szewczak from Poland, looking to open up his account first in this opening set, and in this winner breaks format we'll get the break and we will get to have a look at how Wojciech's breaking. Hearing a bit of clapping in the background. Our other semi-final underway on our other stream table. Joshua, the Killer Filler, is taking on Mad Max Lechner. Those two also playing very strong. And Joshua, in fact, with his dear wife Pia, took out the very exciting mixed doubles turbo event we had last night, and well, I'm sure he'll still be flying high. But let's see if the stats start matching how these guys are breaking. Wojciech Szewczak to break. He leads 1-0 in this opening set.
Pretty good cue ball. Doesn't pick a ball though. Players are chasing that 1 ball in the side. It's a pretty solid hit. Good control, but no success.
Well, we saw it in our earlier semi-final, Graham, where the ladies weren't finding that one at the beginning, but towards the end of the match, they both started finding it in the center pocket. Maybe both players just needing to feel out the break a little bit on this table. They did have a good 30 minutes of warm-up.
Yeah, generally the warm-up, you see players potting balls, having a few breaks, but like you say, just take a little bit of settling in. Looks like Fedor's going a bit offense here, trying to come around the table. Needs to avoid a little bit of traffic. At the 2 ball does go in the top left. How's the pace? It's pacey. Oh, a little flick here. Wow.
that'll do nicely.
What a shot
I'm
that is.
just wondering, does it pass the 9?
Yes.
It doesn't
I
have a
think it did.
pathway to the centre.
He already looked at it, I think, before he went down there. Probably played rail first, even. He's giving it a good look, but he's played it, so that tells me he's pretty confident. I don't know if he's going to play this into the rail, Gethin, and try and squeeze everything out of the pocket as possible. 3 balls there waiting, so there you go.
Nicely done. This is developing nicely for Fedor here. Be a great response, especially to pounce on the dry break. Will really send a shot across the bow to Wojciech. Where the 7 and the 10 are, the 8 is Graham. The pattern really does open up for him here. Not much needed doing with the cue ball once he gets to that position.
This is kind of bread and butter for Fedor normally. Let's run the cue ball somewhat there. The good news is the 6 ball does go, appears past the 10. He could just draw this over to the left side of the table. Not what he wanted. He would prefer to be playing the 6 ball from where it is now, really, to get nice on the 7. So a bit of change of plan. Wants to slow up. Does want to be on the 8.
Yeah, that has slowed up nicely. Graham was really in danger of putting his cueing in difficulty for this 6 ball. Just needs to draw this back. Would like to be as straight as possible on it. Well, that's not straight as possible.
No, I think the draw shot would have been the most logical one. Gethin, totally agree. But he had a funny angle, and if he did put a bit of a draw, he would have came straight back to that centre pocket. So try to elect for a bit of a stun shot. Hopefully the table would take it over. Good news is he's thin enough to come straight back across those middle diamonds. Get that cue ball back to the left side of the table. That'll do nicely. A nice stop shot, yeah. And then a couple of rails on the 9 around for the 10. Getting 1-1, it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, both players setting their stall out early in this opening set. We're going to be in for a treat, as I did allude to at the introduction. And not only will I think it'll be a great match, but both these players are a joy to watch. Some of their shot making is something to behold. And even with just running out of position a couple of times, Fedor has done what he does best. And this is going to be interesting. These are race to 4 best of 3 sets. Fireworks can happen. And Gorst with the perfect response to Wojciech Szewczyk's opening rack. He gets the scoreline back to 1 apiece. And just as importantly, he gets back to the table to break off in this 3rd rack. And, well, Graham, both players showing what they're here to do, and really reminding their opponents that they really need to be tight. Don't give an inch, because that's all they're going to need.
Yeah, I don't expect. We always kind of jinx the players, talk about the commentator's curse, but judging by their performances and the stats that we receive, the previous matches through the TV tables, the performance rating for Fedor has been around 855, which is quite incredible. However, Wojciech Szewczyk has been 890 Gethin, so that tells you they're not missing much at all, which should be in, give us good insight on what to expect if the balls are there. I do fancy 10 ball could be away here.
Yeah, that will get replaced. Referee has to... Danny Meyerhofer having to just slide his hand in there to get the ball out without obstructing the 7. Rather he did that than me. And what it will do is it will bring Gorst back to the table, Graham.
Yeah, but it's going to mess up this 9 ball somewhat. So that maybe could chef check a little bit of comfort knowing there's still a bit of work left here. Could play a carom just off the edge of the 1. Just play it delicate. Yeah, like that shot. Maybe a little bit on the rail. He wasn't hoping to be tight on the rail, but he is. He might have to go forward here, maybe. Try and see if you can go around. I'm trying to see where I can have a look at how to open this 9 and 8 up. Where it looks like an obvious option. Let's have a look at the table, yeah. Then you see they're locked up together. You could play 4 into the 9 and the 8 and have a shot on the 9 on the 5. Just maybe even looking at it now, that would be a great shot. Just go below the 5 ball here, getting a little bit of left-hand spin, flick off either the 9 or the 10. Just drift down towards the 9. Doesn't even need to play this hard. Just any kind of touch here would be great.
It's got a good line. And where that 3 ball was, there was a really good chance he was going to dress up nice for that, which he has done. And he's quick round to have a look at his options on the 4. But look at that again in the replay, Graham. Couldn't have judged that better.
Yeah, just he's such an attacking player, and he sees the shots very early. And sometimes it's about picking the right ball to solve your problem. And that was for those avid pool players, that was a perfect example of playing a problem-solving shot, knowing that any kind of connection at that pace, pretty much guaranteed to have a shot on that 3, unless something crazy happened. It's maybe a little bit too straight on this. You might have to run this forward past the middle pocket, potentially anyway. Otherwise, he's going to play a bit of a cutback on this 5.
Yeah, he was scratching his head a few times, a bit disappointed in how he left himself on this 4. But I think you're right, Graham. He's just going to have to take what he can get and play a blind pocket 5.
Yeah, he could also run past. How's the pace here? Needs to pull up a little bit. He overran this. I was going to say he could have went past to the side. He could have taken a bit more medicine on that 4 ball. Played the 5 in the top left corner and drew it over above the 6. Play it in the bottom corner. That could have been an option. Now he's going to have to come up with a shot here, get in. I don't know if he's going to run into the 8 ball. It doesn't look like it. He's playing safe even. Wow. No risk pool for Fedor.
Yeah, he didn't fancy it. It wasn't guaranteed. I think there was a slight chance that he may have took a nick on the 8 and that may have messed it up. But showing respect to his opponent, more importantly, playing a really nice safety. Might be able to squeeze the 1 rail escape. May just even see an edge of it.
Do like the kick and stick here, just because of where the balls are. Got to judge this though, timing wise, if he plays that way. The tempo is going to help here. Oh, you would have thought so. Wow.
Ooh. Looked like it was going to hit it thicker, Graham. It's actually glanced off the edge and started trickling over towards that corner pocket, and it's left a cut on for Fedor here, but where's the thin cut, Graham? Where's that cue ball going to go?
Go into the 9 here. He's trying to go around with the spin. Might get a result here. Get your jump cue out maybe.
Yeah. Shevchuk doesn't need asking twice. He'll have a good go at this. Graham, it looks dead straight.
Yeah, but he's close to the rail, so big chance of putting a bit of unwanted side on here. Oh, what a shot. Absolutely nailed it.
And a lovely view of Gorst just tapping the inside of his thigh there in appreciation. His initial reaction was, damn. But as you just look in the replay there, he just flicked off. He tapped his leg in appreciation. That was a wonderful shot. Maybe did get away with it a little bit in putting Shevchuk safe, but take nothing away from that jump shot. And Rack's just going either way here at the moment. Could be a sign of things to come.
Yeah, a bit of a blow that. Kind of done the hard work. Bit of a loose positional shot on the 4, you would say. Leave it in such a way. Still thought he might have been aggressive. Went for that 5, but the position to get on the 6 wasn't straightforward by any means. Just not a jump shot by Shevchuk there. Full distance, poker straight, killed it dead.
Well done, Wojciech Shevchuk. Yeah, you're right. I actually thought that he was going to go for the 5, and he might be just reflecting back, Fedor, on that decision. It was a good safety he played, and then it followed with another couple. Bit of fortune from Fedor leaving Wojciech safe, but well, with a highlight shot, great jump shot, and was able to convert it from that position. Gets back out into the lead, gets back to the table with the break. Just seem to be going against the break at the moment, keeping this first set close. I wonder who's the first to really get their break working. Be interesting to see how that develops. Just have a quick look out on the other table. Max Lechner is 2 racks to 1 up on Joshua Filler in the opening set. So looks like our crowds are having close matches on both tables. It's going to get tense out there, Graham.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure spectators are in for a treat. We've seen some great shots. We see a big break coming from Shevchuk here. Power. Cue ball. There you go. It's a bit of a shame those 3 balls have gone on the rail, because that's really messed up that break. And even though he has a look at the 1, the combination option.
4 ball corner pocket.
Yeah, he's dominated the 4.
Yeah, 3 balls rested up on that. On the 2 left-hand side long rails. Wojciech studying the situation. I'm sure he can see a path to get to the 3, but then bringing the cue ball back over and across for the 5. And that's another kettle of fish, so it's a few shots ahead from this point. This combination needs to be made first. He's played that very well.
Yeah, there's still plenty of work left in this rack as well. Just wondering if he can clear the 3 ball kind of from an angle below the 8. Might have to play it now. If he's lands quite nice on the side here, I get in. I'm wondering, can he play this topspin? Kind of leave. I mean, he could play a very good safety shot also from the 3, but if he can leave it a very nice angle, he could attack this 3, come back a couple of rails towards the middle-ish of the table. He's going for. Wow, that's as good as you can get, I think. If not, he's got a very good safety.
This is one hell of a clearance to go for. We just had a little look out into the crowd, and I'm pretty sure wearing the Polish top was one of Wojciech's colleagues, Katarzyna Wesolowska, who was playing in the Women's Open event. Great to have some of your teammates out to watch and support. She would really like it if Wojciech could get position on this 5 right now.
Yeah, he needs to try and get up above the 6 ball or somewhere close to the 6 without hooking himself. That's the ideal. He's got a bit of a small window. It's a bit low here, maybe. Is the cue ball going to go behind the 6? I think it is.
Oh. You have to say, Graham, perfect pace if he was high side of the 6. But it's just held up, and now he's in a real spot of bother.
Yeah, there's such a small margin of error. There you see the cushion between the 6 ball and the centre pocket. Kind of trying to get above that 6 or to the right of the 6 would have been ideal. It's all gone wrong. So much so that he's brought the 6 ball out. Ball in hand for Fedor. Got some choices here. It was a tough run out that though.
7. Yeah, I mean, it shows the aggression that he has. Was not looking to let Fedor back to the table, and that is not a bad policy. I was just wondering, does that 7 slide past the 8? Gorst having another look. I don't think it does from his facial expressions, Graham, so might still be a bit more work to do than previously anticipated.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, he could play a creative shot here. If it doesn't go, he could play a pretty straight 5 and draw into the 7, push it down to the rail, still have a shot on the 6, but maybe it does go past the 8. Guess we'll find out in a minute, because he's got a nice angle as well. He could go towards the 8 and play the 7 in the top right. Got options here.
Yeah, that actually may be what he's played for. And that is a perfect angle. I think he came in underneath it, Graham, to pop it out into a better position, and both players really coming at it. Great aggressive stuff, Graham.
Yeah, I think he played a good shot there from the 5 to 6. Leave that angle this time. Working out. Going to take a little bit more distance on the 8 ball, but can come across to the left side of the table and play the 10 in the same corner here. Got plenty of space, just drifted over to that low diamond. I think it should be okay. If he doesn't like that doing that, he could play it 2 times across, but Fedor likes to float them in as well.
Oh, and yet again, Graham, nothing in between these two players. Wojciech, after really looking to go aggressive and take the match in the grasp of his hands and get to the hill, has actually now become a 2-2 halfway point in this opening set. Gorst to break, and again, said it before, nothing to pick between them, Graham, and starting to look like they're getting their breaks working as well, so very interesting to see how this opening set will develop. The crowd certainly enjoying this too. Just having a quick look for an update on our other table. That's now locked up at 2 apiece. Following suit on table 1 as well. They are in for a treat out there just off the strip in Las Vegas. Goes to break, 2 apiece, opening set. Whoa. There was a few balls dropping there, Graham.
Yeah, that was a
What
good
a
break,
break.
wasn't it? Yeah, good break, and he does have a shot here. Key thing's going to be here is, can he do position-wise for the 3? Can definitely pop the 2. Can he play a little draw off the 4 maybe? Don't think the angle is so favourable. See in a moment how the table layout looks. Oh, there you see, he's going to drift towards the left. I'm wondering, can he play? The thing is, if he draws the cue ball, it's going to give him less contact on the 4 ball. It's a little bit awkward, this. He might have to just see if the table, if he can draw it down and put a shot on this 3. He's put that well.
He was able to get a good chunk of the 4, and with the draw, bring it down the center of the table, and he could go either into the corner or the center pocket here. Go in center pocket, Graham. Avoids the 4.
He's taking these well. That first shot was the key one, really. Next one coming up, he has to get on this 8 ball. The safest option is to try and get on that right side rail and give you more options rather than risking coming down the right side of the table and leaving a thinner 8 and possibly no shot. Probably wants to get the short rail here. Pretty close, nice angle. Just drift down towards that center pocket. Probably going to play the 9 in the top left corner maybe. Try and do as little movement on the cue ball, given where the 10 ball is getting. That would be my preference. Try and get pretty straightish on the 8 as best as you can. Stunning out to touch with the 9 in the top left corner, same as this 7 ball.
It's a small window. There is the option to go and bring the cue ball center table and come the other side of the 9 onto the 8. But he's had a couple of looks, a couple of shakes of the head. He's not giving anything away here, Graham, but I do like bringing that, just tracking it up along the long rail. And he's elected against it.
I'm super surprised. The only reason I could think that option is the natural kind of draw that he wanted to play on that ball. Maybe he didn't feel it was going to leave him the nice angle to hold for the 9. Maybe he didn't want to flirt with too much danger. But now he does have to go back and forwards. Needs to go.
A little jump from Fedor there just to urge the cue ball on. I feel if he can leave the cue ball over on that side of the table by the 9 and make the 9, this is his.
Yeah, back and forwards a couple of times here. Fedor special. Makes them look so easy. The 10 ball to get on the hill first in this set.
What a time to take the lead for the first time in this match. Fedor Gorst takes this 5th rack, more importantly, takes the hill in this opening set against Wojciech Szewczak. He'll have the break, and judging by his last break, Graham, yeah, it's starting to work, it's starting to bubble up nicely. players playing for a chunk of a prize pot, $150,000. And the champion picking up a tidy sum, $45,000. That would be a nice day in the office. Both these players looking to get in with a chance of claiming it. Fedor Gorst breaking with an opportunity to take the first set. What did he end up with here? Looked dry. I didn't see anything drop, Graham.
No, it's dry. A bit frustrated there he is. I think the one ball was on its way, just a little bit short and caught below the middle pocket. But that's left a bit of a look at the one. Not sure if you heard the clapping there in the background, Gethin, but Joshua Fella's taking the first set there. Yeah, the semi-final. Supporters giving us an insight that something was happening, and Fella running away a little bit there, stealing that first set from Max Lechner. Can Shevchuk do the same? Or will Fedor be able to get back to the table? There's a cue ball.
That's not a bad line at all, Graham. And even if there was a thread of a window between the 9 and 4, that has now left the building. Gorst has brought his jump stick. he's oh my lord. I'm just going to be quiet for a moment, Graham.
2-ball jump. Hold on to your hats. This is going to be quite a jump.
He wasn't far away from making it. More importantly, a successful jump over 2 balls and some serious distance.
Yeah, he done well to keep the cue ball on the table even, and the object ball. It's actually worked out. Not terrible. I mean, he hasn't gave a foul away. That's objective number 1. Up a bear there. It's getting a little bit messy. That's the cue ball. It's pretty good. Tap there from Fedor.
Absolutely. That is exactly what you need to do. Eliminates any chance of Gorst bringing that jump stick out again. I was just thinking when I saw him sat in the chair there, looking at the colour of him, the Ghost has got some colour in his cheeks. I thought that one was going to dress up, but it may have just rolled behind the edge of the 4. A little puff of the lips from Wojciech would suggest that might not be on now.
Yeah, maybe a combo. Not ideal in terms of position, but not sure what did he call the one ball in the
Centre
one
pocket.
in the. Is that right, or did he point to the top left as we see it on the screen where the 8 ball is? I'm not sure what he called there, but might not soon enough.
I wonder if there was any eagle-eared viewers in the comment section. Got some power on it. I don't know, maybe he called it in the bottom left corner.
Yeah, I think he did in the bottom left. That's what he was trying.
Well, the cue ball chased after it. has given it a bit of a knock. Gorst looking to return the favour here, blocking the cue ball against the 5. A little bit of distance between the two, but that will definitely do. It's going to have to come off the bottom short rail first, I feel. 2-railer.
Yeah, great. This is the most optimum route. Could slide a little bit and come on the inside. He's just caught it. Have a look. And the balls are still a bit messy, but they're starting to open up a little bit by little bit.
Great hit. Sadly, that one ball is finished near the 2-7, so Gorst may just elect to slide off. May run into the 6 here. May run into the 6 here, but not in a fashion to pot it. And a little ripple of applause. I'm just wondering if the 4 and the 3 are blocking the 1-rail escapes.
I think it is getting, because you can't really dig down or make an angle from the right side of the table. So he's going to go a couple of rails here. We're going to rely a little bit on Lady Luck, has to be said, I think.
Well, good hit. And if that 6 is hampering the 1, Gorst may need to go safe again, but I think he's called it in the bottom left corner. Full-blooded.
Wow. What a shot that is. Probably the most difficult ones, cutting back into a blind pocket. And that's such a close proximity to object ball and cue ball as well, and he's got not a bad angle here. This is turning into a bit of a chance. He's still a couple of shots away. This is no gimme. You will get natural position on this 3. Just draw it over to the side of the table a touch.
God, that was all pocket as well. Just, is that 8 a little bit too close to the 9?
I think from that view, Gethin, I don't think so. It still needs to get above the 8 in a pretty straight fashion, you would think. He's got a 4 and 5 to get through first.
Well, he does have the 5 if he wanted to do anything with it, because the 6 is not really a difficult shot afterwards. He should be guaranteed shape on it. So there may be, if he's not happy with the 8, he could play for shape on the 5 now to ruffle the feathers.
Yeah, that's a great call. And I think if his next shot here will tell us exactly that. Because you can land on the 5 pretty much anyway. That tells me that the 8's fine. Well, saying that, he's come a little bit to the left. So he could play a bit of a draw shot here. The risk is if he does bump into the 8, he does need to play it with enough pace to get it away from that 9. You would think if he just stuns it kind of into the top side of the 8, let the cue ball just drift up the table a touch. 8 ball should bounce out and come a little bit where the 5 is. That's fine also. Go below. Another example of Fido observing the problem ball, and in some respects the table kind of lend itself to that. As you said, the 5 was in a good position with the 6 over the corner, over the side, sorry. So one more good shot here.
Oh, Graham, you can see what he tried to do there. He wanted to play that thick into the left-hand side of the centre pocket so he didn't have to run around the table. Oh, and, well, Predator Arc tables, they are not forgiving at all. You've got to be so precise. And a scratch of the head for Dor. Didn't see that one coming.
I guess he's thinking it was so close to the centre pocket. How did that not go in? And it's obviously just a combination of the power and the trajectory it went into the. Oh, chef check! What have you done? Absolutely let him off the hook there. He'd be absolutely fuming. What a gift that could have been to get back into this set. Might have just handed Fedor his first set, which he just did not expect to come back to.
Yeah, Wojciech in his seat. First of all, wondering how Gorst missed the 6 in the centre, and probably was still wondering what was going on when he stepped up to the table. Sadly didn't convert the 6, and as you quite rightly said, Graham, what a chance now to take this opening set and start to just ask a few questions of the pole.
Similar shot to a few racks ago getting, isn't it? 8 ball and 9 ball in somewhat similar positions. I think on this occasion, probably choose to go below the 9, just by the angle, potentially. But it's all player preference. Yeah, let's pull up a little bit. That'll work.
Yep. And, well, as he came back to the table after Wojciech's miss, he just took a little grab of that centre pocket where the 6 was spat out. Maybe just making a little point to himself. He certainly put that behind him now. Fedor Gorst taking the 10 ball and the opening set. I have to say, in summary, it looked like it was going to be close, but Gorst just been able to take his chances more. As we look back at that missed 6 ball, he was just trying to catch it too thick to hold for the 7, and centre pocket unforgiving. Looks like Wojciech has just gone to take a break. And while the players take a break, Graham Hickman and myself will also just refresh our glasses. I'm going to be excitedly coming back to join the players for the start of the second set. And we'll leave you guys just taking a look at the stats. Well, a warm welcome back, everyone, to the Westgate Resort and Casino just off the Strip here in Las Vegas. You return for the start of the second set. As you looked at the stats, not much to pick between the two players except the scoreline. Fedor taking the opening set 4-2. Wojciech Szewczak to break. My name's Gethin Davis. Joining me back in the box, my good friend and colleague Graham Hickman.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, players taking a short break. Probably a good time to regroup after that crazy last rack there. Incredible scenes, that 6-ball from Fedor over the side, bobbling, giving Szewczak a chance out of nowhere, who just didn't take it. He's come out all guns blazing with a thunderous break. He's got to look at this one get in. Balls seem to be going quite close to the rails on this left side. Maybe it's just coincidence, but there seems to be a lot more traffic on the left side. Could be because they're breaking from the left, but got a shot at the one.
And a little window past the 7 for the 3. So we've seen him and his aggressive nature already in the opening set. Didn't pay dividends, but it certainly is the order of the day. And he really needs to take this second set to keep himself in with the chance of this match. Doesn't seem comfortable. He's coming back round again. Just wondering if he thinks he can freeze the cue ball for the gap between the 4-6.
Yeah, just I think the most logical option, but it looks like he's going to put a bit of juice on this, Gethin. Try and get the cue ball somewhat closer to the 3, maybe. To pull up a little bit. That's there, maybe just.
I'm guessing the members of the crowd that can see the angle were the ones clapping, because that looks rather tight. Now, where are we going to get to this 5-ball? And will he even look to try and do that?
Could be a little bit around the world. Maybe a few reels here. I've on this for a shot.
No, I thought it was going to go around the 6. What a great shot, Graham.
Tap from Fedor there as well. I mean, that's absolute class. He could have easily ran the cue ball and trying to come around the bottom side, but choosing to play a couple of reels with some inside English. What a shot that is. That's worthy of any rack.
Just needs to be thoughtful of where that 9 is for his position on the 8. Can he draw straight back? He's got a lot of zip on it. Has he got too much zip on it? No. Perfect. And, as you said, Graham, a shot worthy of the rack. This would be a great start in the second set for the Polish player.
It's been a really good run out here. Played a few quality shots, especially the one to get on the 3, but the standout one, obviously, to get onto the 5. unless something crazy happens. He's taking well deserved 1 rack to 0 lead. He's working pretty well.
Nicely done indeed, and takes the opening rack in this second set. Just have a quick look over at the other table. Well, after Joshua Filler took the opening rack, he seems to have pushed on from that, now leads 2-0 in the second. Just needs one more set to take a place in the final. Wojciech Szewczak will come back to the table to break. Needs this second set to take us into a third set decider. Following on after the semis, we will move into the finals at 3 p.m. local time. And then following that, we're going to have the opening ceremony for our WPA Teams World Championships. 20 teams to come out. And that does start tomorrow morning, along with the PBS Las Vegas Junior Open, with 32 young guns. And let me tell you, there are some impressive young talents out there, and they're in Vegas, and they kick off tomorrow. Wojciech to break, leading 1-0 in this must-win second set. One comfortably in, Graham. Did the 8 spoil the 2?
Yeah, I think it has. It looked extremely close, didn't it? Yeah, I would say it has from there. It's not an ideal push-out scenario either. Anyway, up table, I'm going to probably leave a pot on. Anyway, down table, could invite Fedor to put him in a spot of trouble, so I don't know if he can maybe use the 6 ball, play off the right side of the 6 ball and put it in the corner, right-hand corner pocket. Maybe that might avoid the 6 being used as a blocker.
Going on form, Graham. If I were that young man, I would push into a jump position, because his jump shots are something else now. So are his opponents, but the fact that Wojciech's jumping so well would probably promote Gorst not to give it back. Let's find out. Our referee for this semi-final, Danny Meyerhofer, been doing a grand job over the last 6 days. We're only on day 6 of a 10-day series. Still lots more action to come, but today it's semi-finals and final day. Gorst gave the jump back. Ooh. Well, I thought his strategy might have worked there. He put Gorst into the jump. Gorst did think about it. Gave it back to Wojciech. But as you see there, was not expecting the cue ball to go into the corner pocket, was looking for it just to check up against the long rail and maybe even rest on the short rail afterwards, but ball in hand to Gorst. This is a dangerous position he's left him in.
Yeah, I think Szewczak was maybe just hoping to get a little bit more bite on that jump. It was more of a draw as opposed to a stun. Yeah, as you say, big chance for Fedor here. He does have an option for a 5-9 combo. Not ideally doesn't want to play it if he doesn't have to. But where the 4 ball is, he's going to have to get good position to get on that 5 and to come down for the 6. So, he'll try and thread the needle here, come in between the 9 and the 5, or will he play for that combo? Kind of like threading the needle, coming in between the 9 and the 5.
did the 9. And a well-deserved clap from the crowd. He's even, dare I say, oh, I'm not going to speak too soon. I was going to say he's got a little angle there, but not a lot.
I think he's got enough though. He's got a choice. He could play it with top right if he wants to go that way, or he could stun it down the table towards the kind of drifting towards the centre part.
Oh, just like that. See from the replay there, generating a lot of draw off the cue ball, and with just a trace of left-hand side when it caught the long rail, just fires up the table a little bit more in favour and get in position on the 6, which he's done. And this is looking eerily similar to how the first set started to develop. Wojciech taking the opener, and Gorse firing back straight away. These 4 balls to bring the scoreline back to 1 apiece.
Yeah, key shot coming here. Just trying to make sure he leaves a good angle, and he decided to leave it straight. He can draw this all the way back off the short rail. If he gets all the way and moves it pretty straight on the 9, he should be fine.
Gets the bounce, and with just a gentle draw shot here off the short rail. They're not hanging around, these guys, but they're also not rushing. And Gorst would ideally like to get back to the table, breaking in this next rack. He needs to pot this 10. He's taking a bit of extra time over it. Looks easy on the screen. Does make it. Gets the scoreline back to 1 apiece.
Yeah, just making sure he knows the importance of that opportunity. Taking a little bit of extra time there. I think we stay 1-1. But our man from Germany, Joshua Filler, is flying on the other table. Taking a 3-0 lead in that second set now, Gethin. 1 set up against Max Lechner. Massive uphill battle there for Max. Could
Yeah.
be Filler doing what he does, running away with it.
Well, Mark White, our good colleague, and I had the pleasure of commentating on one of his earlier matches in this men's open, and he was in entertaining form and was just, well, not just aggressive, but being able to pull off the aggression as well. Great to commentate for. He did look like he would go deep, and sounds like he's just finding the right gear against Mad Max, who also is a very tough cookie. Talking of tough cookies, we've got 2 on show right here. Fedor Gorst to break. He's got the score back to 1 apiece in the second set. He leads 1 set to 0 in this race to 3. That 1's starting to get magnetic towards that centre pocket, Graham. And these are good signs for both players. It's just a case of who can convert them.
Yeah, you called it earlier. Players maybe just settling in to find that break. Just wondering if he can get an edge of this 2. He's got the jump cue, so that tells us not. But where the 3 ball is, go for that top corner. I mean, look at the 6 as well, Gethin. 1 good jump shot here, and he could really be capitalising on that last rack.
Well, we've seen Fedor's opponent make a great jump pot already in this match. He'll be looking to add to his statistics here. Oh, and avoids the scratch, which is always a threat. Did he avoid the 5?
I think so, but you might not need the jump cue for this one. I do see a kick shot here. Could play cushion first, off the 3, possibly come on the back of the 4, rather than a jump shot. Looks more favourable, at first glance at least.
Yeah, if he's having to put a little bit of side on the ball, just pick up a little bit of speed to come around the 4.
Just one more shot really away for me. Good position here. The 8 ball is tight on the rail. 8 to 9. It's probably the most care really. I don't see any major issues with this 5, 6 and 7. So it's all about how he lands on the 8 ball. Even lands pretty straight, and he could draw it up for the side or play it in the top right corner. See what he prefers.
This is what he does though, Graham. And this is what we've been finding him doing throughout this PBS Las Vegas Open, is that when he does get the break working, he can run away with it. That will be a little warning sign for Wojciech, who himself has started to get the break working, but if Gorst can't give him a look in, then I'm afraid he can't employ it. So just wondering if this is the moment that this match just starts to sway.
Nice chosen for the straighter 8, like I thought maybe could be the preferred option. Just need to make sure you cue these ones. It's so easy to put heavy, powerful stroke on this when actually it's all about cueing. And the one thing we know about Fedor Ghost, it is one of the most smoothest cue actions. Make the cue ball do a lot of things from little effort.
Yeah, agreed. Both these players so efficient with their draw shots. They do make it look rather simple. On this occasion, arguably didn't bring it back enough, but I can't imagine this is going to pose too much of a problem for Fedor. He's gone round the houses. Nicely picked up off the last long rail. Will Gorst get back out into the, or get into the lead for the first time in this second set? Never in doubt, Graham, and Fedor, well, in the first set, it was locked until 2 apiece, and then Gorst just seemed to put the foot down. Maybe he's just doing it a little bit earlier in this second set, and well, Wojciech can only hope to get back to the table. Until then, let's just have a quick update on what will take place after the semi-finals. We will have the finals, as I mentioned, and in the ladies' final, we already have that decided. Jessica Centino has made the final and will take on Wei Chu-che, better known as Wei Wei. That will be played on table 2 at the same time as the men's final on table 1, and then following that we will move into the opening ceremony of the Teams World Championships event, which will kick off tomorrow morning. So semi-finals and finals time well underway. Fedor Gorst breaking, leading 2-1 in racks and leading 1-0 in sets.
Finding another ball in the side as well, Gethin. And interesting enough, on the other side of the table in the other centre pocket, another ball over that side. It seems to be a common theme here. Getting a bit of a consistent break going. He has called the 9 ball. That tells us it's going aggressive here with this 1-9 combo. One good shot here. Could put himself in a good position. He might have to dig down a bit here. Not sure what angle he's got. We'll see the moment. Looks like he's maybe a little bit off angle, so it might work in his favour, possibly. Depends how much the 1 ball moves to the left. Doesn't want it to move too far to the left and track to that rail. So pace is important here. That's a delicate one. Yeah, it's gone to the left side, but he's manoeuvred the white ball. Blue ball across the table. That's a great shot, Gethin.
That is beautifully judged. And you were picking up on that quite early into that combination. Great vision, great execution. You have to feel that this is a great opportunity now.
He's still a couple of shots away. Drop this one in the side. I think
He'd like not to move the 3 here.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's plenty of room there. He needs to make sure he doesn't feather the 3, because you said if he feathers that 3 ball, there's a danger of pushing it onto that long rail below the centre pocket. That'd be a bit of a nightmare. I think there's plenty of room.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. And sadly, Wojciech cannot do anything from his chair. He just has to watch on now and hope that he gets back to the table. Gorst just looking to get the right angle on this 4 to get to the 6. Ooh, I'm not too sure about that.
I think it might be okay. Probably draw it back. It's in place, really. It's pretty okay there. One more good shot. Get a good position on this 6 ball. 8 ball is going to need a little bit of care. Where the 10 ball is, doesn't need to do a great deal with it. Love to be able to. Might even play this 7 in the side rather than the top, only because whichever angle he kind of lands on the 7, he's going to be fine. If he doesn't land ideal on the 7 in the top corner, he could be running away from the 8. So probably 7 in the side could be the option. Well, yeah, if I'm going to go around.
Yeah, he's going to go for the same pocket. And again, not too much needed doing with the cue ball.
Yeah, pretty straight on this 8 ball of work. Very nice. Knowing Fedor, he'll be wanting to run this match out, get in after a couple of break and runs here. Do another one after this and keep Wojciech in his chair.
Absolutely, Graham, and well, you quite inspiringly pulled out the facts and stats at the beginning of this match, focusing on the breaks. And as it's transpiring now, it's looking like the difference is who's getting rewarded from the break. And well, Wojciech did start to make a couple of balls, but Gorst has been able to convert with much more efficiency. And we now find Gorst on the hill in the second set. He only needs one more rack to take this match. Shevchuk is going to need to dig deep to get this to a deciding set.
Well,
Graham. I think if he can break like he did last time, it's going to take an unforced error to get Wojciech back. I'm not too sure what your thoughts are.
Yeah, well, he's saying Shevchik needs to dig deep. He can't do any digging if he doesn't get to the table. That's what Fedor is really hoping to do. Gets another one in the side again, and a ball over the opposite middle. Absolute deja vu. And he's got a shot on this one. And even the 3 balls in similar places is quite crazy. But this 1 ball is not a gimme. The position is there for the 2 ball, but this is a big shot to play. He might have to play this with a bit of pace, Gethin. Not sure if he can drop this in of any kind of slow roll. So this could be a chance for Shevchik. Not saying Fedor's going to miss this, but he's got to play this with pace.
With pace, you suggesting back up and off the short rail, at the bottom of the table, because he'd need to avoid the 4 if that's the case.
Yeah, that's the only shot I can see unless he drags this in. How about this?
I said he needed to avoid the 4. Maybe he didn't. He needed to hit the 4 because that's actually fallen into quite a nice position, and he's looking at running into that 7 ball off this 3, and that would be a real rack-winning shot.
Yeah, this will be some shot. He's going to draw this. He's going to draw this off 2 rails, I think, Gethin. Long rail, short rail, and spin into that 3 ball area. If he can make good contact with the 7, I think it'd be very unfortunate not to have a shot, but some kind of contact, good things could happen. This will be some shot to potentially get him in a position to win the match. Let's see how this one unfolds.
Well, he was dressing up as if he wanted to go into the 7 without taking the 3rd rail, but has taken the 3rd rail. 1, 2, and 3. Avoids the 3, and wow, you couldn't put it better. He still needs to just do a little bit of something to get on the 4, but, well, fully rewarded from that attempt. Tricky 4 now, Graham.
Yeah, I think playing safe. I don't know if this is cuttable from here. I think he couldn't do a lot with the 3 ball. Time was catching up and really go forward, so he's going to try and... Well, if this does go on the side and he gets a hook, it's a second prize. 6 balls there waiting. So you clear that as a 2-way shot. It's pretty good, has to be said.
Absolutely. Shevchik getting out of his seat, but not too much, and he returns to pick up his jump stick. He may be running out of time, but he's back at the table, which is all he could ask for. Could be an opportunity for him to get control in this 5th rack. And it all starts here with this jump shot.
Called the bottom right, which is the right choice. With a chance, could bank this if you just catch it in a certain way. 6 balls there as well. This is the match right here, potentially, if it goes right or wrong. He's hit it wrong. How's the luck? Get away with it, maybe. The combo, but 6 ball combo. It's not a nice and pretty one, but Fedor will be happy to have a look at something.
Well, legal shot made the hit. That was the most important. Not leaving Fedor in would be the next objective. It looks like it may have just dressed up too close to go for the top right corner, but as you suggested, Graham, the 4-6 combination is on and has been made. Where's the 4 going?
Oh, it's wired. quiet, Gethin. I think it's the 4-9 combo there. That is quite something if he has left that.
He's called it. I actually think it just looks off, but there's throw and there's all sorts of heebie-jeebies going on out there. Oh, he was knocked. My old eyes deceiving me.
He actually squeezed it. It was a little bit off, but he played it the squeeze way on the opposite side that you normally play it, and it spins the ball in. It just shows his knowledge of the game there as well. And I mean, look where the fours landed as well. Absolutely perfect. Let's pull this back to the middle of the table. One good shot, yeah.
Is he going to run into the 8? Be able to get past it. He's gone past it. Well, it's there for the centre pocket. Just needs to make sure of the pot. That 10 is sitting pretty down there, and these last 2 balls for a place in the men's final, which will take place after this, and for a matchup against Germany's Joshua Filler.
Yeah, Fedor's been so solid. Breaks has been the difference, Gethin. Like we thought, the stats maybe don't lie. But this 10 ball for a pretty solid performance, has to be said. And there we go, Fedor Ghost. There's the damage. Ends up taking the second set quite comfortably. Solid performance there, really good breaking. Shevchuk couldn't seem to get going in that second set. Fought hard, but one-way traffic towards the end. And Fedor moves into the final. He will be playing Joshua Filler very, very shortly. Thanks for joining. Big thanks to Gethin Davies and myself, Graham Hickman, for this one. We will be back very shortly for the next matches. Go anyway. Bye for now.